Just a second. We're working on it. We're working on it. My apps are being stupid. Stupid, stupid, stupid. 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 Stupid, stupid. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Okay. Hi, Stevie boy. How's it going, sir? We're just getting ready to go here. Yes, almost done. Yes, almost done. Yes, almost done. Oh, I will learn to type one day. There we go. Okay. So we are a little late getting going. I apologize. Sorry about that. Loving the Christmas tree. Yes. And right there down in the corner there, if I can get my finger right there, is my little leg lamp from A Christmas Story. 8th bought me that, and so I knew once the tree went up that I had to put it in the window. I had to share that with the whole neighborhood. It's a prestigious award. So we'll just give it a couple of minutes for everyone to get in here, but otherwise we're just starting it right up at 7:30. So we're going to run from 7:30 to 8:30, 8:30 to 9:30, 9:30 to 10:30 tonight. Yes, indeedy. Leg Christmas light, yes. You should see what it looks like from out here. I'm such a dork. That was such a dad joke thing to post a short of that. I don't care, though. It was fun. It was fun. I'm still hurting a little bit, to be honest with you, John. I have all sorts of stomach problems, and sometimes they can all gang up on me at once to the point where, it hurts just to sit up, much less walk around. But right now I'm in a little bit of pain, but it's mostly in my back right now, as opposed to anywhere else. Of course, part of that is because I just finished eating and came back home, and I'm getting online not too long after I got home. So food hasn't all settled and everything, and I had a very big meal compared to what I normally eat. No, clean frame. That's not how it works. Anyway, it is 7:30. It's Saturday, December 6th, 2025, and this is the 7thCast. As always, I'm your venerable host, your friendly neighborhood 7th. 8th is up in his room recuperating from what just happened. My buddy Brian, he couldn't be here earlier in the week, so today he took me and 8th out for my 51st birthday. He took us to Logan's Steakhouse, which there isn't a Logan here. We had to drive all the way up to Waco to go to Logan. And so we walked around in Waco Mall and then headed over to Logan's. And I had me a nice big ribeye and with a loaded baked potato, mac and cheese, and lots of rolls. So I'm probably going to be feeling good and miserable in another few hours. But that's all right. It was worth it because it was and I don't get to see Brian that much. I mean, he only lives maybe 30 minutes from here on the other side of town, but because of the way his job works, he he's gone quite a bit and working on the road, so we don't get to see him all that often. So any chance we get to hang out, I take it. But anyway, I turned 51 years old this week. 51. 51. Oh man, I am over half a century old. I don't think I look 51, aside from the, gray in the beard. If I would be a little bit more judicious about dying all this out, I could probably get away with still telling people I'm in my early 40s. Because I don't have wrinkles or nothing. I just have fat and gray. But, yeah, 51 years old. I'm feeling it in my back today, friends. I'm feeling it in my back today. I don't have the money for a midlife crisis, John. I can't afford a midlife crisis. I'm too poor for that. Besides which, I already did that in 2018 when I bought my Challenger. The 2016 Dodge Challenger that I bought in 2018 that only had 19,000 miles on it, and to this day, 8 years later, has 34,000 miles on it because I barely drive it anywhere. Need to get it fixed up, though. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the engine or the transmission or anything like that, but the weather stripping around the windows is starting to dry up and break off, so I need to get the weather stripping replaced. Have no idea how much that's going to cost me. But other than that, there ain't a thing wrong with it. Don't have a dent, scratch, nothing. It's in good shape. Because it, doesn't get out there very much. I drive it, a little bit just to, keep the wheels from rotting out from under it. But other than that, which it's probably due for another set of tires here soon, even though I've barely put any miles on those tires. But the fact that they're as old as they are, they're just going to start, wearing apart from the age, much less actual road wear and tear. So, what's everybody up to this evening? I don't really have a set topic other than the fact that, got to go out with my buddy Brian for my birthday. And of course, Eighth don't have no money, so I didn't get anything for my birthday. I never do. But Brian probably after tax and tip spent over $100 on the three of us eating steak dinner. So that was more than he should have spent. So fun stuff. Hi, Dan and Tab. How's it going? Returnal is the final game of the year for my video game club. Tell me how y'all liked it when it first came out and rounded out with... Well, I didn't play it. Eighth played it, and he loved it. It was a 7 out of 7 for him. I don't know what it would be for me because I didn't play it. Just working. Well, I certainly know how that feels. I'll be just working for another 2 weeks, and then I will be off work from December 20th through January the 1st. So I'll have 13 straight days off. Yay! Tacos and house cleaning. Tacos. Lots of places to get tacos here in Texas, that's for sure. More tacos than you'd know what to do with. Absolutely, positively. I can tell, fellers. I ate too much. I can feel it. can feel it. It's going to be a rough one tonight, lads. Hey, AKL Max, how's it going? Perhaps I should have gotten the salad instead of the baked potato. I ate a 12-ounce ribeye with a loaded baked potato, macaroni and cheese, and 3 or 4 of those rolls of theirs. Oof. Yep. Yep, I'm feeling it tonight. Oh, goodness. I haven't been playing. Oh, wait a minute. Went to Texas once my whole life so far, and of course I made sure to get tacos at least once. So far, my favorite place to get tacos in Texas, aside from getting authentic tacos at a food truck, is a place called Torchy's Tacos. It's not anywhere around here. It's all the way down in Leander or Cedar Park, outside of Austin. But when I still worked in the office in Austin, a couple of times a week, they'd buy just a ton of breakfast burritos from Torchy's, and so we'd have breakfast burritos and tacos and stuff from them, and it was good eating. It was good eating. Good stuff. Of course, if I ate a couple of those now, it'd probably make me sick. Just about everything makes me sick to my stomach these days. If I eat more than this much food, then I'm like, oh. I mean, you can tell how full I am. Listen to this. I'm my own drum. They have a branch at Arkansas University. They're so good. Yeah, Torchy's is the stuff. Torchy's is the stuff. I should have ate me some Tums or Gaviscon or something before I started the stream. That's what I ought to have done. But that ain't what I did. That ain't what I did. So I'm like, oh, rubbing my belly. No, I didn't have that surgery that makes your stomach smaller. No, I have not done that. Normally, for my birthday, 8th would take me to see a movie or something. But there's nothing playing that I want to see. I don't give a crap about Zootopia, and I don't give a crap about Five Nights at Freddy's. So there's nothing on the theater playing that I want to see. You know, the new... I might have wanted to see the new Predator movie, but for the most part, it's already off the theater here. So I'm just going to be waiting for it to show up on Hulu, you know. Just like the other ones. What do you say to that? Nothing. Yeah, there's nothing you can say. It's so weird being 51. It just doesn't feel real. It doesn't feel real. It just, and the way time works in my mind, it feels like I started YouTube last year. You know, it doesn't feel like it was 16 years ago. The Trey Brotherhood feels like it was just a little while ago. The passage of time for me is so strange. Thoughts on Bob Iger announcing the end of classic era Disney? What are you talking about, classic era Disney? I'm getting ready to send you the updated games list from my club. Tell me how you like them. Yeah, just Twitter it at me and I'll take a look at it. What do you mean by classic era of Disney, Raymond? What you talking about there? Hello, AOTHXH95. You picked such an easy name for me to call you. I'm just gonna call you Ayot. Hey there, Ayot. Thank you for the happy birthday wishes. Which reminds me, this is a 3-hour podcast that could be extended by donation. Currently, there have been no donations. It started at 7:30. I'm Mike. Mike who? Which Mike? I know lots of Mikes. I know lots and lots and lots of Mikes. For instance, I know Kid Behind a Camera. That's a Mike. But I don't think you're Kid Behind a Camera. You don't have time to show up for the 7thCast. Mike Cassius. Okay. Hi, Mike Cassius. Yes, indeedy. Thoughts on current day BioWare? It's a joke. It's a joke. I mean, look, I personally don't think that Veilguard was as bad as everybody made it out to be. Especially not if you were a fan of Dragon Age Inquisition, because it played very similar to that. But yeah, there was some unnecessarily woke stuff that they tried to shove down your throat there. So HBD. Oh, happy birthday. Okay. HBD. But I'm not going to declare BioWare full on dead until I see what they do with the new Mass Effect, assuming it even gets made at this point. You know, the economy's turning to crap, so who knows if BioWare is still open in time to release the dang thing. Meanwhile, Iger announced massive changes to classic Disney parks. What kind of classic changes? I mean, some of that stuff we already knew about. Like at the Magic Kingdom, they tore down Tom Sawyer Island and filled in the rivers of America, got rid of the Empress Lily riverboat, and are turning it into a Cars ride. We already knew about that. Did you get my DM on Twitter about that channel? Yes, I did. I'll check it out as I have time, AKL Max. I'm going to have to wait until I'm on my break because they're making things really really busy at work for my last couple of weeks before Christmas. I've been doing genealogical research the past couple of months, and I decided to compile it in a binder and give it to my grandma for Christmas. I could see where a grandmother would find that interesting, yeah. I could see that. I mean, I'm already pretty aware of my genealogy, so, you know. Yeah, the holiday rush, John, because, you know, all these people working in HR and financial and all these different departments that I support, you know, they're rushing to get their last the year end, basically year end stuff done. And so when you have hundreds and hundreds of people all rushing at the same time to get work done, they make lots of mistakes and they bog the system down and slow everything down. And the next thing you know, you have things breaking left and right and crisis ensues. So, you know, that's what I've got to look forward to for the next couple of weeks. Is the Christmas tree real or fake? Well, it's real in that it is a physical tree. You could go back there and touch it. It's not AI. It's not, you know, virtual reality. Did I pull it out of the ground? No. She's the one that got you interested to begin with. So it's a special hobby between you two. That's cool. Sent you a list. Hope you like it. Okay. Thoughts about Netflix buying Warner Brothers? It's a stiff kick in the butt to any of us that care about movies on physical media, because we all know Netflix don't give a crap about putting anything on physical media. If you don't believe me, just go and try to see how easy it is to get seasons 1 through 4 of Stranger Things on Blu-ray. I got a hint for you. You ain't getting it unless it's a bootleg. Try getting any of the exclusive Netflix exclusive Adam Sandler movies on Blu-ray. Like, for example, Hubie Halloween. You won't find it. So now imagine, all these Warner Brothers releases. Let's just say if you really, really love certain Warner Brothers movies, if I were you, I would be out there for the Christmas Day sale buying up as much of those Warner Brothers movies as you can, because God knows how long they're still going to be available on disc. It ain't good. And all this stuff about, oh, well, now that Warner Brothers is owned by Netflix, they'll let Zack Snyder bring the Snyderverse back. Netflix isn't happy with Zack Snyder because all the exclusive Zack Snyder movies that he's made for them have been flops. So why in the world would Netflix spend hundreds upon hundreds of millions of dollars to let him finish his version of the DC Extended Universe? Why? And would Ben Affleck even want to come back and be Batman another time? I don't think so. Oh, magic powers. There were things I liked about the Snyderverse, and there were things that I did not like about the Snyderverse. I liked Wonder Woman. I liked Man of Steel. And I liked the Snyder cut of Justice League. And the director's cut of Batman v Superman wasn't horrible, but it could have been better. And people complaining about how dark and gritty Batman was in that series. I guess they hadn't read Dark Knight Returns. I don't know. He gets pretty violent in Dark Knight Returns, pretty dark. Is Netflix Warner Brothers the worst deal in history comparable to Microsoft ABK deal? It's technically dollar per dollar, it's bigger. It's like the biggest buyout that we've probably seen. It's like $80-something billion. $80-something billion. But I think one person that probably should be concerned is James Gunn. Because now, the people that he had who were allies at WB very quite possibly aren't going to be around to cover for his movies and his Peacemaker show not exactly setting the world on fire. I mean, Superman apparently did pull a small profit, but not at the level that they wanted. I mean, I didn't hate it. I had a fun time with it. It was a good, fun comic book movie. But, it certainly didn't have the epic feel of Man of Steel. But Superman doesn't have to have an epic feel to be good. He never has. I mean, Superman the motion picture was great, but would you call him chasing after a missile that was launched by, a con man, epic? I don't think so. Now, Superman 2, where he was fighting, General Zod, yeah, that was pretty epic. What's good, 7th? Didn't think you were streaming tonight. Well, I said I might not be able to, that it was either going to be late or I was going to postpone it till tomorrow. But I decided to just Go ahead and do it, because I have a feeling that as bad as I'm feeling now, tomorrow I'm probably going to feel worse. It's funny how a lot of people thought Sony were going to buy WB. They don't have that kind of money. No, they do not. I don't know what was going through their head. James Gunn was not the right fit to lead a franchise. He's good at goofy side stories. It should have stayed with that. I agree. I think he would make a good producer and showrunner as far as like steering the ship, but directing those kind of films himself, no, because he turns them all into little, quirky action comedies like Guardians of the Galaxy. In my mind, that's why the Superman movie had the Justice Squad and all that in it, so that it could be another ensemble movie like Suicide Squad or Guardians of the Galaxy, because apparently that's the only kind of movie he knows how to write, is an ensemble piece. Because for a Superman movie, didn't really have that much Superman in it compared to everybody else, Hi, QB. How's it going? It's all right. You got time, QB. At least Microsoft didn't buy Warner Bros. Oh, Lord. Lord, 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 have mercy. But just think, now that means that Netflix is going to... they're going to have control over that new Harry Potter show that HBO were making. If the new Harry Potter show wasn't going to be woke before, it sure is going to be woke now. Unless they start, stepping on Rowling's toes a little too much. Man, that's going to be a stink. Oh boy. Because look at what they've done. Look at what they've done to The Witcher. Now imagine if they try to pull that crap on Harry Potter, how Rowling's going to react. Thanks, Chris. Appreciate it. I ain't watching it. Have you tried Metroid Prime 4 yet? I don't have a Switch 2, and I don't want to buy it for Switch. And yeah, I've watched reviews of it. It does look like they played it very safe. It just looks like, it almost looks like a remake of the first game, really. So, we'll see. We'll see. There ain't that much out for the Switch 2 that I was very interested in. That game and the Donkey Kong game are pretty much the only two things that have come out for it where I, had a vested interest to play them. Mostly, I've been playing crappy games for my 12 Shits of Christmas series that I told you guys about. So I've just been capturing footage of bad games. That's all I've been doing. I would like to be playing Oblivion on PS5 right now, but I'm not, because I'm capturing footage for crappy games for you guys. You're going to get 12 new reviews starting December 14th. Even though, the most recent review I posted, y'all didn't watch. It's got 150 views on it, which just proves the fact that no one cares when I do a positive review. They only want to hear me crap on bad games. Because I posted a review for that new retro game, Neon whatever. I can't remember the name of it now. But I posted a new review for that, and y'all didn't show up for that one. Got 150 views on it. Neon Inferno, that's what it was. Neon Inferno. And here's the thing. Next week is going to be another new retro video game review. And it's going to be mostly positive, not as positive as Neon Inferno, because I will be reviewing the new AVGN 8-bit game. Already got the footage recorded. And I bet y'all ain't going to show up for that one neither. Y'all just love to hear me crap on a game. I don't know. People used to watch my positive reviews, but not so much. Not so much anymore. I turned my Series X into an emulation machine. Got any game recommendations for the SNES? Never had any system before the PS1. Well, let me just pull up my own personal SNES library to make some recommendations. Let me see here. I have to remind myself that I started at 7:30, so when it turns 8 o'clock, that doesn't mean that an hour has gone by. Hold on just a second. So many good games for the SNES. That is very true. What's the best bad game that's going to be part of the 12 days of Mind's Eye? Mind's Eye is... It's bad. It is a bad. Okay, Super Nintendo. Let's see here. Find a console. SNES. Apply. Let me see here. ActRaiser would be a great one to get. Contra 3: The Alien Wars. Final Fantasy 3. Final Fight 2. Final Fight 1 only supports one player, so that's... You want to get Final Fight 2. Illusion of Gaia. King of the Monsters. Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past. RoboCop versus the Terminator. Run Saber, if you like Strider. Run Saber is kind of a ripoff of Strider, so you might like it. Secret of Evermore. Sunset Riders. Super Castlevania 4. Super Ghouls and Ghosts. Super Mario Kart. Super Mario RPG. Super Mario World 1 and 2. Super Metroid. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 4, Turtles in Time. UN Squadron, that's a good side-scrolling shooter. And that should get you started. That's a good start, I think. I didn't have any interest in the game you reviewed, to be honest, not even from the name. Well, fine, Raymond. You'd think I would be enough interest for you to watch it. It was only a 7-minute video. I guess you're just not a real fan. Did you have any bad recommendations for SNES? Bad recommendations? Stuff that I didn't mention because I didn't buy them. Final Fantasy VI. Of course, you know, it won't be numbered Final Fantasy VI when you go to buy it. I remember when I got all my system ROMs off Pirate Bay, gigs and gigs of games, good times. I did get UN Squadron a couple of months ago, still bad at it. It takes some practice. You got to know what to buy and when. The main thing to keep in mind with it is that you can just grind for money so that you can buy better stuff to progress through the levels. Billy used to do that when he'd play it on his stream. Anyway. Not my personal shooter favorite on Super Nintendo. But, you know, there's a few good shooters on Super Nintendo. Not as many as on Genesis, but there's a few. Thunder Force 3 is on there, but it's not as good as the Genesis one. It's basically a port of the arcade game. It's called Thunder Spirits. Earth Defense Force is a pretty good one. Phalanx is so-so. You'll know it when you see it. It's the game that's got an old man playing a banjo on the cover for some stupid reason. Super R-Type is okay, except for the fact that it runs so slow. It's got bad slowdown. Gradius 3 is the same way. It's got bad slowdown too. Surprised you didn't mention Donkey Kong Country. Well, I do have that one and Donkey Kong 2. I think I'm only missing Donkey Kong 3. I have all three of the Super Star Wars. I have all of those. And honestly, Super Metroid run you about $75, or it did a couple of months ago. But I think several of the ones that I mentioned wouldn't be, we're not talking like $200 games or anything like that. I don't have anything that I would consider super rare for the Super Nintendo. Do you think the Netflix and Warner Brothers merger could collapse if the deal isn't finalized? Well, I mean, there's always possibilities of a deal falling through. There's always possibilities of that. I know they're getting ready to have some kind of a meeting with the Directors Guild or whatever. So they're going to be having conversations with Christopher Nolan and Spielberg and a couple of others. We'll see what comes out of that. We will see. Oh. It's getting chilly out there. Well, for Texas anyway. For Texas. I think it's 59 degrees out there. Ooh, bone chilling. From Dan and Tab. Netflix buying HBO Max is interesting because they originally tried to buy streaming rights of a ton of movies from HBO and HBO declined. Yeah. We'll see. We will see. I found a cheap Blu-ray that I picked up. I'm still waiting for it to arrive. It's an old 1983 horror movie anthology called Nightmares, and one of the episodes of it has Emilio Estevez, and he's like in a video game arcade that's been taken over by some kind of rogue, evil artificial intelligence. It looks goofy as hell, but I vaguely remember watching it when I was a kid, but I haven't seen it since then, so I'm kind of curious to rewatch it. I'll tell you a movie that I used to watch a lot when I was a kid, and it's a low budget Charles Band, Roger Corman type deal. Uh, and there is no getting it cheap on Blu-ray. And it had Richard Mall, Bull from Night Court, playing the bad guy. It was called Dungeon Master. I used to love that cheesy piece of crap movie, and I went looking for it on Blu-ray the other day because I was like, I'd really like to watch that movie again. I'd like to have that on my shelf. No, that thing was like $200. I was like, what the? Why would that be $200? That astounded me. It astounded me. But one thing I do have coming, for Christmas anyway, 8th did manage to get me one thing for Christmas this year, and it is something that I wanted. He got me the Ninja Trilogy box set from Golan Globus, aka Canon Films. Enter the Ninja, Revenge of the Ninja, and Ninja 3 The Domination on 4K. Can't wait. I'm not as big a fan of Revenge of the Ninja and Ninja 3 The Domination, but back in the day, man, when I was a kid, uh, Enter the Ninja was a big deal. Like, all the kids my age that were male anyway had seen that movie multiple times because it was a mainstay on HBO. And I had a bootleg VHS of it that my cousin had recorded for me off of HBO. So, because I didn't have HBO when I was a kid, because um, my dad could only afford to have one pay channel, and that was Disney. So, we didn't have HBO, but I did get to see Enter the Ninja. And I mean, yeah, it's weird that it's a movie about, Franco Nero as a ninja. So you've got this white European with a big, thick porn stash as a ninja. But some of the kills and some of the stunt work and whatnot, it's fun as hell. And of course, it's one of the early American films that had Sho Kosugi in it, who was a martial arts movie uh, legend in the 80s. He was in a ton of stuff, and he was so good. One of my favorite movies that he did was an old film called Pray for Death. You can get it on Amazon Prime digitally, and I love that movie, Pray for Death. It was good. High Ultra Steel. Is the N64 overrated? I believe so. I never liked the N64. Didn't care for it. I had one, but even now I have two of them, and I've only got like 5 games for it. All of which were from, but one was, yeah. What's your favorite video game franchise? RPG, open world exploration. Can be real time battle, can be turn based, don't care. Uh, Favorite franchise? I don't really have a favorite franchise, but definite favorite genre. Top 3 games outside of your favorite franchise or genre. I don't know, man. Uncharted 2, Astrobot, and A Crack in Time. Worried you weren't going to be able to do a cast tonight. I almost didn't. I feel like crap. Have they mentioned HBO Max being absorbed into Netflix? Because then I might get net. No, they haven't mentioned that. I mean, if in my mind, once Stranger Things is over, I don't really have a reason to keep Netflix. So, my goal right now is that, once Stranger Things is wrapped up, I'm canceling Netflix and I'm going to go down to only having one service, and that's Amazon Prime. Netflix unable to buy streaming rights to movies is one of the main reasons why Netflix selection was notoriously bad for a while, and they had to make original. 7th, you once told us about your journeys to the mall in the 80s. Did Stranger Things in Season 3 accurately depict malls in the 80s with the Starcourt Mall? Yes and no. The thing about Stranger Things is they tend to over-accentuate some things. Yes, malls in Florida looked like that mall with all that neon everywhere, but malls in Tennessee, for example, did not. You see people walking around in that mall wearing all these day-glow pastel clothes, and I have news for you. Most of that was in California. It wasn't where I grew up. Where I grew up, it was just plain old blue jeans and sneakers and t-shirts. So they get some things right, they get some things wrong. For instance, in one of the episodes, you see a kid playing Ghosts and Goblins on his NES. There's only one problem. The footage they show isn't the NES Ghosts and Goblins, it's the arcade Ghosts and Goblins. Now, how do you get that wrong? And the footage they used was from a YouTuber. Now, did they get permission? Did they pay the guy for that footage? Who knows? Regardless, it was the wrong game. Not wrong on Stranger Things Netflix. Yeah. Thoughts on modern day Insomniac? They've just become, the Marvel studio now. Which I mean, the Spider-Man games and everything. Okay, sure, fine. But I miss Resistance. I miss Ratchet and Clank games that were longer than 10 hours. Oh, absolutely. The subscription price of Netflix is going to go up. It's almost $30 as it is. It's about to get a lot more. That's why I'm going to cancel it as soon as Stranger Things is over. I'm trying to get some of my bills down, by gosh. I had Paramount and HBO built into my Amazon Prime. I canceled those off. So now all I have Disney Plus, which comes with Hulu, and I have Amazon Prime, and my Amazon Prime includes BritBox. Actually, yeah, BritBox is the only thing it includes because that way I can watch, the IT Crowd and Red Dwarf and all my favorite British shows. And then I have Crunchyroll for anime. That's all I got. That's it. And I'm probably going to end up canceling Crunchyroll too, because lately there just hasn't been good animes coming out that interest me at all. And they're taking forever for the new season of Black Clover to come out. So it's been so long since I've watched Black Clover, I don't even remember where we're at anymore with the plot. I definitely went to malls in Florida in the 80s, absolutely. Have I seen Welcome to Derry yet? Yeah, I don't like it. I think the plot is stupid. The whole idea of, the military conducting a secret operation to capture Pennywise to turn him into a weapon. It's dumb. It's just dumb. Not the first time a Netflix got footage from a YouTuber. The Duffer Brothers got some explaining to do with the Ghosts and Goblins stuff. Same with their whole D&D. Yeah. Remember when Netflix was $7.99? Absolutely, I remember. PlayStation's Wolverine. Yeah, that needs to hurry up and come out. Because I know right now that Sony's quaking in their boots because the economy seems to be heading towards recession like a bullet shot into the butt of a bat out of hell. So they're going to be releasing a new console at the absolute worst time. Unless, Trump can somehow turn that around. Because, I don't believe this whole thing about the $2,000 dividend check. I don't believe that at all. Because for him to do that for every household that's making 150 grand a year or less, you're talking $600 billion. And so far he's only pulled in $300 billion in tariffs. So how is he going to pay for it? There's some things there that don't add up. They don't add up. Do you think Star Wars can make a comeback from all the lackluster releases we've been getting? I don't know, man. Because I tell you right now, I don't really have any interest in seeing the Mandalorian movie. Not in a theater, anyway. Hey, Nick Neal. So do you have a copy of Def Jam Fight New York? No, I don't have Def Jam. I don't have that. Star Wars needs to take a break. If I was going to buy a rap-themed fighting game, it wouldn't be Def Jam Fight for New York. I'd be hunting me down a copy of the Wu-Tang fighting game. I mean, Def Jam probably plays better, but I just want the Wu-Tang one just to have it. Star Wars needs to take a break, come up with something new, not connected to the OG movies. Well, I mean, there's a lot of stuff they've come out with that wasn't that much connected to the OG movies. I mean, Skeleton Crew, That was basically a ripoff of the Goonies. I mean, they had freaking suburbs in Star Wars, man. Suburbs in Star Wars with little kids going to solve mysteries on their little space bikes in the suburbs in Star Wars. Not too connected to the original films, my guy. Not too connected. What are your thoughts on RAM being sold to AI centers? It's going to make RAM extremely expensive for normal people. We've already seen that. It happened already once before when people were buying up all the RAM for their Bitcoin mining machines, for their Bitcoin mining PCs. That made it very expensive to get graphics cards and RAM and all sorts of things. And now with all these companies building data centers all over the frickin' place, I hope they don't build one anywhere near me because it's going to make my electric bill skyrocket. Do you think it's hypocritical that some people complain about good-looking women in video games being objectified, but they turn the other way when it comes to only fools? Games are fake anyway. I don't really see a correlation there. You know, only fools is just another form of porn. You know, I don't compare video games to porn. So, do you have a copy of Futurama on PS2? No, I do not. OMG, I didn't see that show, but it proves that thought I had that there's this conundrum. If you go too far away from the original trilogy, it starts to look less like Star Wars. Yeah, I mean, Skeleton Crew was entertaining, but it don't feel a damn thing like Star Wars. It feels like Goonies for Gen Z. That's what it felt like. Wasn't terrible. Had some great effects. The kids were fun. You know. It was good. It was okay. It was passable. Good family entertainment. Not good Star Wars, though. Not at all. Not at all. 7th, who played a better Santa Claus, Tim Allen or Kurt Russell? Oh, that one's too close to call. Too close to call. Kurt Russell was great. Tim Allen was great. Love them both. But I will say this. Let's do it this way. You got 2 good Christmas Santa Claus movies out of Tim Allen. You only got 1 out of Kurt Russell because Christmas Chronicles 2 was crap. Why was it crap? Because they ruined it by hiring that fat kid that was in Godzilla. That kid sucks. He's a terrible actor. He's ruined everything that he's been in. I don't understand how he keeps getting hired. That kid is garbage. And he ruined that movie. So I guess it has to be Tim Allen. Because he got 2 good ones. 1 and 2. 3 was ruined because they focused too much of it on Martin Short. And Martin Short made himself extra annoying as Jack Frost. Normally I love Martin Short, but he was annoying as hell in the Santa Claus 3, and it ruined that movie. But at least they got 2 good ones. Kurt Russell only got 1 good. I low-key enjoyed Skeleton Crew. It was a good distraction from the... Yeah. The Acolyte was... Oh, God, The Acolyte was garbage. What are some of your favorite Lego games? I liked the Harry Potter ones, and I liked the Indiana Jones ones, and I liked the Pirates of the Caribbean ones. Was not a big fan of the Marvel ones. Oh, but I did like the Lego Batman ones. Especially the one where you could play as Superman, and every time you took off and flew through the air, it played Christopher Reeve's theme. I really liked that. Was that Lego Batman 3? I think it was 3. I haven't seen any Star Wars stuff since Mando Season 3. You haven't missed much. So I guess technically Tim Allen. Yes. Just like Goonies. Fun, fun, fun. 7 out of 10. Baby Dumbo. Yes. Do you agree putting rockets on a cooldown was the best advancement in Borderlands 4 that totally solves the problem. I never had a problem with rockets in Borderlands, so I'm not really sure what you're getting at there, Clean Frame. Lego Star Wars: The Complete Saga on the Wii was awesome. Okay. Thoughts on next year's games lineup? I haven't really seen anything that's excited me so far. I can't speak for y'all. There just hasn't really struck me. There hasn't been anything that struck me as like, oh, I simply must play that. Not really. Not really. Also, because I was running short of money until my next paycheck comes through, I did have Terminator 2.5D, No Fate or whatever, pre-ordered. I canceled it. Because, I'm sorry, but no 2D game should be $60. Not in this day and age. $50 back before all this hyperinflation, sure, okay. But $60, $64 now for a 2D side scroller, I don't know. I mean, yes, it's physical, it's a limited edition, but I don't know. But, I'm going to have to wait until I get paid and hope that there's still copies available on Amazon and try again. Subnautica 2. I wasn't a big fan of Subnautica. It just didn't. It was kind of boring for me. I didn't really get into it that much. Are you a 007 fan? Fan of the movies? Yes. Fan of the games? Haven't been so much. I didn't like GoldenEye because of one big reason. Can y'all guess what it was? One analog stick. That's what it was. But I might give this new one a try because it looks kind of Uncharted-y. So, I might try it because of the fact that I loved Uncharted so much. Rewatched Lilo and Stitch, the original, the other day. Movie was perfect and it never needed a remake, and I refuse to ever see it. I'm not missing much, am I? Forget modern Disney. As far as their live-action remakes go, Lilo and Stitch was not the worst, but they did make some changes that they weren't about wokeness or anything. It was all about saving the budget. They didn't want to have to animate Captain Gantu through that movie because it was going to be expensive as hell CG-wise. So they cut him out entirely and gave a lot of his actions that motivated the plot along to Jumba and turned Jumba into a full-on villain instead of someone who becomes a friend of the family like he did in the original. So they ruined Jumba to save money on Gantu, and that sucked. Otherwise, it's more or less the same movie. And they also had Jumba and Pleakley walking around as humans through more than half of it to, again, save on the CG budget. And what did it do? It made over $1 billion. Movie made over $1 billion. And they were cutting costs left and right. Didn't need to. Unreal. I just watched Terrifier 3 a few days ago. Given that it's Christmas-themed movie, I loved it just as good as the second one, in my opinion. Those movies are fun. Eventually, I want all three of them on 4K, but I don't bother with remakes. Saw Cinderella and the Beauty ones. The Jungle Book one was so-so, and then, Walken showed up as King Louie, and I'm like, oh my God. Otherwise, I kind of liked the Jungle Book one. I always ran out of rockets and never have enough of them to make an impact on previous, but yeah. What if I were to recommend some 007 games to you? GoldenEye is overrated to me. You can if you want. I saw some of that Little Mermaid sequel, and it's just all wrong. Pacing, acting, anima character. I heard that they kept Jumba evil. His rehabilitation was important in the original. True. Very true. Which is the better Disney remake, Aladdin or The Lion King? As much as I hate to say it, I got to go with The Lion King. Because Aladdin, they changed so much, and Will Smith cannot sing. He can rap all day long, but he cannot sing. Like, they got rid of Iago altogether, and now he was just some giant CG Phoenix demon bird thing that don't talk or nothing. There was a bunch of unnecessary changes in it too. And I guess maybe they got rid of him because I don't know. Was Gilbert Godfrey dead at that time, and they just didn't think there'd be anyone else that could replace him? Was he dead already at that point, or was it just still that they weren't going to hire him because he had made a Hitler joke in one of his stand-up routines, which is baffling to me because he was a Jew and he had been making Hitler jokes for decades. Anyway, what inspired you to make the 7th Cast? Just being able to talk to friends on the regular. They should have just let Will Smith's genie rap. Yes, it is safe to assume you don't like any FPS game on the N64. That's true, and I don't like any FPS game on the Dreamcast for the same reason. Yes, don't forget to give me a like. Toss me some likes. They were trying to redo Robin Williams, but should have just leaned into it being... Exactly. Thoughts on Spaceballs? I love Spaceballs. By the way, it is 8:30. We've been on the air for 1 hour. We have had 0 donations on my birthday week. And so we have 2 hours remaining. But yeah, I loved Spaceballs. I don't think this sequel is going to be worth a crap. But I love Spaceballs. And then why am I saying that? Because, Mel Brooks signed off on that god-awful animated Spaceballs show. That was just terrible and completely unfunny. So I'm not confident that Spaceballs 2 is going to be worth a crap. We'll see, though. I've been wrong before. I want to be wrong. I want it to be great. What's your thoughts on the Tasmanian Tiger games? They're okay. To me, they're kind of in that same general area as KO the Kangaroo, They're passable 3D platformers, but they haven't aged all that well, they've aged better than like Croc or Bug, but they're still not that great. Did you ever catch someone recording movies in a movie theater? No. I was so disappointed with History of the World Part 2. Oh, God, that was terrible. That sucked. It didn't feel like the original film at all. First thing, it was a mistake to turn it into a miniseries. I thoshin when the stream started it that you got a $5 donut. That's what it says. I thoshin when the stream started that you got a $5 donut. Did you have a stroke, Chris? What the hell happened there? Are you all right, son? And no, I didn't get a $5 donut. The last donation was 7 days ago. There's been no donations tonight. What is Eighth's greatest accomplishment in his life? Well, he's only 22. Give him a break, man. He got accepted into college. That was a pretty good accomplishment. Is Earthworm Jim good? The first 2 are good. They're not my favorite, but they're good. When they tried to switch to 3D on the N64, that's when things really went to hell. Have you ever played Buck Bumble? I only ask because the game theme song has gone somewhat viral recently. I don't think so. I don't recall having played a Bundle. Were you a fan of the Japanese studio Godzilla films? Well, yeah, I grew up watching them. 8th has a ton of them on Blu-ray. He doesn't have all of them yet, but he will eventually. He's dead set on having every Godzilla film ever on Blu-ray. He's got a whole bunch of them, but the ones that he's missing are the really, really old ones, the black and white ones, and some of the early ones. Have you ever been so impressed with a game that it compelled you to check for its multimedia, exploring a game's fictional world through other media? No. No, I've never read any Final Fantasy books or, expanded universe stuff. No. No. I've done that with movies before. Like, seeing 1984's Dune inspired me to read all the original books by Frank Herbert. I got really big into the Star Wars expanded universe books and the Star Trek expanded universe books, especially Star Trek. I would devour Star Trek books. Mostly original series, though. I wasn't that big on Next Generation books, except for that trilogy they did that was all about Q. There was like 3 books that were all about Q. I liked that series. Those were fun. The only way I'll quit gaming if I get older is if my hands literally get too bad for me to be able to play. Yeah, I'm not there yet. But I can tell that I'm starting to lose a little bit of my hand-eye coordination, and my hands hurt a lot in the knuckles. I'm starting to get I'm getting arthritis. And of course, I've already got carpal tunnel in both wrists from working IT for going on 30 years. So, wow, that is what it said. I screwed up. Yeah, I don't know what you were doing there, Chris. Were you like, on your phone, tapping with your right hand and fapping with your left? I don't know. That was just weird, Chris. That was weird. Star Trek books are fun. Favorite author was Diane Duane, who actually had one of her books readapted as a Next Generation episode. Yeah, the Star Trek books are fun. One of the I can't believe I'm going to say this, but one of my favorite series in Star Trek books was the Return of Captain Kirk series that William Shatner did. They call it the Shatnerverse. And basically, it picks up immediately after he dies in Star Trek Generations, and his body is stolen by the Romulans, and they use stolen Borg tech to resurrect Kirk and brainwash him to turn him into an assassin to kill Picard. And that leads to Kirk ultimately going on a mission to forever destroy the Borg. And in his series of books, the Borg ends up being the ones who turned the Voyager probe into V'ger. And so Kirk flies all the way back to the original Borg planet and kills the Borg. The whole Borg. All of the Borg. Only Shatner would write a story where Captain Kirk, without dying or having to sacrifice himself, destroys the entirety of the Borg throughout the galaxy. Yes. And those books were so popular, they carried on. He had a whole series of them that took place in the Mirror Universe, so he was having to fight against Emperor Tiberius, because in the Mirror Universe, evil Kirk had become Emperor. So those were fun too. He did a whole series of them. They were great. Of course, he was just giving the general ideas, and then he hired a ghostwriter to actually write them. But yeah, it was fun. Fun stuff. Very fun reads. They read like a movie. They're great. But you're only going to love them if you just really love Kirk. Seventh, who wins between Godzilla 2014 and the Midgard serpent from God of War? Oh, Godzilla 2014. He would find a way. He would shoot that breath right down the thing's throat, and it would just go off like, you know, like those little snake things that you used to buy, and you'd set them down on the ground and light them on the 4th of July. He would just shoot it right down its throat, and it would go. How long before AI takes IT jobs? Longer than they're leading on. Because here's the thing, AI is good at being trained to do specific things and following a specific subset of instructions. Terrible at context. And when you're dealing with live people, context is key. Because they'll tell you one thing, but they'll actually mean another. And AI ain't going to be able to pick up on that for a long time. Now, here's the other side of that coin. If the people that IT supports gets replaced by AI, then you're not going to have to worry about them saying one thing and meaning another. So then there wouldn't be need for context, and then that side of IT could be replaced by AI. So it just all depends. But either way, I don't believe this thing that, in 2 years' time, all IT jobs are going to be gone. I don't buy it. And, I have a lot of friends that, know a lot about AI that don't buy it either. I'm sure that it will eventually happen, but I don't think it's an 18-month thing. And here's the other thing. The other thing that you have to understand, not every company out there is a $400 billion company like Amazon, Microsoft, and all these other companies that are laying people off to replace them with, supposedly to replace them with AI. I think they're actually, in some instances, they're using that as an excuse, because some of the jobs that they claim to be laying people off to replace them with AI aren't jobs that AI can do yet, and won't be for an extended period of time. I think they're just wanting to cut costs, and they're using AI as an excuse to justify it to their shareholders. That's what I think. But, there's a lot of companies out there that can't afford to replace their workforce with AI because, there's a hefty cost to that. And say, for example, a company that only clears $2.5 billion a year in profit are not going to be able to afford to replace what's already a fairly small IT contingent within the company with AI-powered systems. It wouldn't be budgetarily beneficial to them at all. No, those kind of people in sub-$100 billion companies, those people would be more afraid of having their jobs outsourced to India or outsourced to contract companies like for example, what used to be called Convergys. I don't know what they call themselves now. But the thing of it is, that all depends, because most of the IT that gets taken over like that from like India or small contracting companies like that is the entry-level stuff, like the level 1 help desk, reset passwords, clear the cookies and cache, that kind of stuff. Higher end level stuff, financial software and analysis and things of that nature, systems analyst, that's a different story. Now, the one thing that definitely gets outsourced a lot these days is coding and database systems. Those get outsourced a lot. Not so much software analysis. And cybersecurity doesn't tend to get outsourced that much. I have a lot of friends that work in cybersecurity that have been with their same companies for years and years and years and years. Do you think Kratos can beat Godzilla 2014? Well, Kratos is supernatural, so it's hard to put a limit on what he can and can't do. I mean, after all, at one point he was a god. A god. Not the god, because they'll never put the god in a God of War game, but a god. I play around with AI tools. It's definitely not useful enough to take the place of a person. Well, you're not playing around with high-end AI, but high-end AI isn't as high-end as they say it is. What do you think of AI assets such as ChatGPT and the Elon Musk Grok? I've played with Grok, and 9 times out of 10, I can't get it to do what I wanted it to do. So, I do know that some of the more visual stuff, some of the video generation stuff is pretty impressive. I have a friend who works with some of those. I don't know which specific one he uses, but he gets some pretty good results out of it. We'll see. We'll see. Is it time for Rock to make a game that's set in the distant future? They did the close and distant past with GTA and Red Dead Redemption. Oh, Rockstar. Maybe they should call it Blue Life Absolution. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think they got their hands full with 2 franchises, much less trying to expand it into a third. I think for the foreseeable future, Calgore, what you're going to see mostly is AI taking over for customer service work and middle management, which ain't going to be that fun because that you have the potential of being managed by a talking calculator. Okay, so I'm not too jazzed about that. Even if my job's going to be okay, I'm not that jazzed about the idea of being managed by an AI. But then again, some companies are just simply not going to have the money to invest in systems like that, because it's not only just having companies come in and implement those services, but they're also having to pay. They're going to have to pay to have those companies manage those services, because they're not going to pay to have somebody internal do it. And they also would have to pay for the use of the data centers. And that's where all the real money is going to be made. Why do you think all these companies are throwing all these data centers up there? It's not to make AI smarter. AI is doing that on its own now without their help. It's because they're going to be charging for all that data that's flowing in and out. That's where the real money from AI is going to be made. And, a company that's only earning a couple of billion a year in profit is not going to want to pay what it would cost to integrate AI, because the cost of it would be far greater than to simply keep the employees they have on staff that does all that IT work, including medical benefits. But we'll see what happens. I mean, at this point, I'm 51 years old. I'm still, what, 14 to 16 years away from retirement? Because, if AI was to replace my job, at 51 years of age, I don't know how hireable I would be. Maybe get a job doing, IT for the local church or some crap at a fraction of what I make now. But I think that would be just about it. So, at that point, the only thing that I could do would be to go on disability and hope that, since technically I got enough wrong with me to qualify for disability at this point, and hope for 8th to hurry the hell up and graduate college and get him an engineering job somewhere. Let's switch the subject away from AI. I'm fine with that. Seventh, have you decorated the exterior of your house for Christmas? I don't do that. I'm not physically able to do it, and I don't have the money to pay. If I had the money, I would pay to have permanent lights put on this house so I could turn them on for Halloween and then turn them on again for Christmas. But I don't have the money to do that. So my Christmas decoration is what you see back there. I put the tree up and I open the window. And then I got my little leg lamp in the corner there. My itty bitty leg lamp. My prestigious award for Geely. Must be Italian. I'm a plumber. It'll be a while before robots come from my job. Well, good. That's good to hear. I don't really have any kind of skills of that nature. You know, I'm not a mechanic. I'm not a plumber. I'm not healthy enough to be able to be an electrician like my grandfather was. My grandfather worked on the electrical system of the first atomic bomb, although he didn't know that's what he was working on at the time because they had everybody separated. But yeah, he worked up in that Blue Ridge Mountain facility that people are squatting in nowadays. He worked up there for a while and had no idea what it was he was building because one team didn't know what the other team was doing and vice versa. But yeah. I did the lights in the front of my house. It was a pain to get the lights up there. I have to use a stick to have it reach. I'm thinking about getting my first Warhammer 40K book for Christmas. I'm hoping to get the Scouring book that came out recently. Eighth doesn't have any 40K role-playing stuff yet. He wants to get into 40K, but it's kind of expensive, especially doing the figures. I think really that's the thing he's most interested in as far as role-playing games. He wants to be able to paint those figures. But now that he's, going to school, he doesn't really have a whole lot of time for that kind of thing. In fact, his finals week is coming up here soon. Thoughts on Asmongold? I don't watch him, don't know anything about him. I know that, his house is a wreck and that he's had episodes where roaches crawled up on him while he was live on camera. That's all I know about him. I'm not overly familiar with his material, to say the least. Seventh, did you hear that being a game tester can be a miserable job? Apparently it's because you have to look for bugs and report them. Yeah, watch that movie Grandma's Boy. That'll show you what being a game tester is, more or less. It's fairly accurate. Warhammer is basically a money printing machine for game stores. Yes. Clean frame. I chose to limit my gaming to only single player games with no online. Not a trophy hunter, but a completionist. I have to divide my time between a job, social life, and gaming. How do you do it? I don't have a social life. I'm retired from social life. I work at home, so I don't really have a reason to go out. Most of my friends are online, not in-person friends. So, every now and again, Brian will come around and he'll drag me off to go somewhere, whether it be to go to a restaurant or go to a game store or go whatever. And every now and again, me and Eighth will go see a movie. But other than that, that's pretty much it. That's how I do it. Grandma's Boy was awesome. Guy who played JP stole the... Yeah, he was hilarious. He was hilarious. I love that movie. That's one I need. That's one I need on 4K. I need Grandma's Boy on 4K. Because even though it doesn't have Sandler in it, it very much feels like a Sandler movie because it was made by his production company and has a bunch of his friends in it. And I can watch that movie over and over. I've seen Grandma's Boy 1,000 times. It's great. It's one of my favorites. And really, I think it's probably the best video game comedy that's ever been made, which there haven't been that many of them. You got Grandma's Boy, you got Pixels, you got that movie from the early 80s, Joysticks, that was like a video game ripoff of Porky's, basically. Out of all of them, I think Grandma's Boy is the best video game comedy out there that's not actually based on a franchise like, you know, the Mario Brothers movie or whatever. Uh, just as a reminder, the membership service is live, and the 99-cent tier, you get access to the Discord, which doesn't have that many people in it now, so it doesn't have a lot going on. We need more members in there to make it fun, because one of the things that's going to happen with that Discord is once we have people in there that are actually using it, once a month we're going to have a movie watching party where we all sit and watch a movie live, and you know, maybe give it the whole MST3K treatment. You know, we'll pick out a real awful piece of crap and we'll watch it red letter media style live. It's not going to turn into a video or anything, because, you know, we'd get copyrighted out the butt, but we can watch it together and just enjoy it like a party. But we have to have more members in there. So it's 99 cents. You get access to the Discord, and you get your name listed in the credits when I make a video. If you go with the $3 tier, then you get added to the Discord. You get your name added in the credits of the video, and you get access to videos that aren't available to the public, which includes all of my old Trey Brotherhood videos, and we're going to have exclusive vlog videos in there too, once there's enough people in there to warrant actually making them. Right now, there's only about 8 members, so there's not that many people that have signed up for that. But just letting you know it's out there. Anyway, moving on. Let's see here. Grandma's Boy was awesome. I already read that one. Just got the platinum for Astrobot. It was fun. Did all the DLC. Cool. Dang, 7th, I figured as an extrovert, you get the urge to go out. Nope. Can't do that. I need to go to church at least once a week to fight the loon. Well, I couldn't even tell you the last time I'd actually stepped foot in a church. Will this decade be a successful era of video game movies? FNAF 2 did well at the box office. Who knows? We'll see. Right now, I'm just watching what the economy is going to do. Do you consider Gremlins to be a comedy? Yes. Gremlins 2, definitely, but even the first one, yes. I was thinking about my game. People will bow to it. I'm about to get some sleep. Catch you next time. Hope you have a good birthday week. Thank you, Nicholas. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate you watching. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Oh, my stomach's starting to feel a little bit better, guys. Starting to feel a little bit better. That's always a good thing. That's a good thing. Did y'all notice my shirt? And shepherds we shall be, for thee, my Lord, for thee. Power hath descended forth from my hand, so that our feet may, from thy hand, so that our feet may swiftly carry out thy commands. And we shall flow a river forth to thee, and teeming with souls shall it ever be. The Domini Patri is Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Pow, 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 pow. I wore this out in public today. Yes, I did. Why? Because it's one of the only long sleeve shirts that I have. And like I said, it was 59 degrees out today. Thank you, Dizzy. Thank you. 7th, you remember what you said about a movie being a Christmas movie if its plot revolves around Christmas? I found a good one that fits that. Nightmare Before Christmas, despite how... Nightmare Before Christmas, that's something that's already been discussed on here dozens of times. Ultra Steel. You're starting to do that thing where you're just coming up with random stuff to be able to talk. That one could go either way. It's a Halloween movie. It's a Christmas movie. It is what it is. Ace of Horns has become a member. Thank you, sir. And he joined the $3 tier. Thank you. Enjoy all of those Trey Brotherhood videos that just became available for you. There's like 50 or 60 of them in there. Have fun with that. Did you watch Tulsa King? I'm a sucker for Sly Stallone. I haven't watched it yet, no. Die Hard does not revolve around Christmas. Trading Places does not revolve around Christmas. Iron Man 3 does not revolve around Christmas. No, not Christmas movies. It's been my experience that the mid-month offerings from PlayStation Plus have been far superior to the beginning of the month offerings, occasionally having exceptions to the rule here and there. I think the free ones for the month were pretty good this month. Got 4 of them this time instead of 2 or 3. Yo, no interest in Zootopia. No, not really. Have you noticed this? I haven't noticed that, no. Hashtag member hype. Yeah. Now, by the way, Ace of Horns. Ace of Horns. You will need to go on to X and DM me what your Discord user ID is so I can invite you in. So don't forget to do that. Go to X, formerly Twitter, and message me. Send me a DM. I'm at the 7th level. And let me know what your Discord user ID is so I can add you to the Discord. Unless you're not afraid of posting it in here, in which case go ahead and post it in here and I'll just copy it to my my little membership list over here. I haven't seen many of the streams that mentioned Nightmare Before. Dude, I've been doing the stream since what, 2012? You don't think that hasn't been a topic of discussion a lot? In fact, that's one of the things that I got 8th for Christmas this year is I managed to import him Nightmare Before Christmas on 4K because it's not available on 4K here in the States. Luckily, we have region-free 4K Blu-ray players in the PlayStation, so we can watch. And usually the ones that we get from the UK are cheaper, too. Go figure. Go figure. What I really want is a Pirates of the Caribbean box set. Now, you can get one imported, but it takes forever because it has to come over from, China or Japan or whatever. It takes forever to get here. And it's like 70 or 80 bucks. So I've been waiting for Disney to release a US one so I can get all 5 of the pirate movies on 4K. That is definitely something that's missing from my collection back there, which my collection ain't that big. There's a lot of folks out there that have way bigger movie collections than I do. Much, much bigger. Much, much bigger. Okay. No. Okay. Anyway, thank you, Ace of Horns, for your subscription. And again, get me your Discord creds so I can get you added to the list, please. Ace of Horns. Appreciate the membership. No, I have not seen Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio. I'm sick of Pinocchio. Don't give a crap about Pinocchio, no matter who it was that made it. Hey, 7th, my Discord ID is red. Okay. I'm going to copy that, and then I'm going to delete it out of the chat so you don't have to worry about it. Hold on a second here. And I'm going to go ahead and say, okay, so I have added you to the list of members. So that I will have that to add to the ends of my new videos. I don't care if anybody sees it. Haha. Well, I've got it saved on there. It's all I got to do is open up Notepad and boom, there it is. So I will go ahead and delete that real quick. Well, it's not letting me do it. What the hell? You're being stupid, YouTube. You're being stupid. I'll go over here and do it. I'll go over here and do it. There we go. I did my bit for King and Country. And I didn't like the live action remake of Pinocchio, by the way, neither. Because they absolutely ruined the ending. Absolutely ruined it. How do you make a Pinocchio movie and not make him a real boy at the end of the movie? What is up with that? Were they expecting a sequel? So stupid. Dumb. Dumb, 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 dumb. Pinocchio remake suck my ass. Dum, 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 dum. Sweet thanks, 7th. Try my. If that other one doesn't work. Okay. Alrighty then. Now I gotta go delete that one too. What you doing? What are you for? Show me your red, son. Now I gotta go back in there. I'm gonna be smart this time. I'm leaving that window open just in case. Just in case. All right. Yeah, don't bother with the Disney remake. It ain't worth it. It ain't worth sitting through. Tom Hanks sucks. I have something that I'm unwilling to admit, but here we go. I turned down the difficulty from normal to easy on the Darth Vader fight in Jedi Survivor. Will my gamer cred be revoked? I haven't even played that game, so you're already far ahead of me. Happy birthday, 7th. Wish you many more happy years to you. Thank you, sir. Do you think eBay is one of the best ways to shop for retro titles? It is nowadays, because you can't really find much in retro stores. Although today, I went to the video game store inside the Waco Mall, and they did have 2 whole NES carts that I didn't have, but I didn't buy them because they were like $80. Well, one of them was $35 and the other one was $80. And the one that was $80 that I didn't have, let me see here. It was an NES cart. It was card only, wasn't box complete or anything like that. And it was, let me see here. It was Might and Magic, which I thought I had Might and Magic for NES, but it turns out that I do not have Might and Magic for NES. It turns out that I do not have that. So, let me see here. Console. Let's see what this says it's worth. We'll see what their price look like compared to what my app here says it's worth. Might. Yeah, there it is. Might and Magic Secret of the Inner Sanctum. They were selling it for $79 and my cart only, and my app here says that it's worth $82. So, not a fantastic price, but, not too bad. Not too bad. But I didn't have $79 to buy it, so I left it there. But that could have been one that could have been added to my collection. Oh, well. But yeah, I mean, it's getting harder and harder to find good stuff for the really old systems because, collecting retro has become popular, and so there's less inventory out there. And so a lot of these game stores, especially in smaller towns like where I live, you walk in there and all they have are sports carts. and that's it. Sports carts, Pokemon cards, Blu-ray movies, and uh, Gunpla models. That's all they have. They don't have big, huge collections of games anymore. And what they do have is mostly sports stuff. But this store was pretty good. They had a pretty decent selection. 7th, do you think Master Chief is worthy of being a video game icon, or is the Halo series too lackluster to justify that? Well, I mean, he was iconic enough to get his own TV series. Sure, it was balls, but he got one. You know, he's had action figures and toys and statuettes and a couple of direct-to-video movies, and you know, he's on up there. He's not a Mario, but he's on up there. I'll be 29 on the 14th, which I was 29. Do you think the Ninja Turtle games fail at 3D? Honestly, the best Ninja Turtle games are 2D. There's been a couple of 3D ones that were okay. Yeah, happy birthday, 7. Thank you, Ace of Horns. Appreciate you. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot, because you became a member. There's you a dollar bill. There's you a dollar bill. And even though it's a membership, I'll count that tonight, since it was the night you signed up, as $3 towards extending the show by an hour. So now we're just $47 away from getting an extra hour tonight. I recommend getting a good idea of what the games are worth and what you're willing to pay for them when shopping on eBay. Exactly. If you follow a buy it now, listing sellers will often offer you a discount. Very true. Very true. That's why I do that. You know, I'll go on eBay and I'll say, I might want that, and I might want that over there. And then within the next day, they'll message me, this has offered you 15% off or whatever. If you started in the PS3 360 era, should your gamer score be 1,000,000, or should you have 100 platinum trophies by now? That depends on the type of player you are. I mean, on Xbox, I only have maybe like 150,000 G. You know, and part of that is because the account that I started on, I lost, and I had to start over with a new account in 2010 because my Xbox got stolen and I couldn't remember my credentials. But I've had the same account on PS3 since the beginning, and I'm a level 170. I have 178 or 179 plats. I'm not 100% sure, but I think my level is like 577, something like that. Now that's PS3 games, PS4 games, PS Vita games, digital PS2 and PS1 games, and PSP games that have had trophies added, and PS5. So there's a lot of systems in there. But I only have 170 something plats, so not exactly super impressive. And a lot of those are crap plats that I got just so I could beat Shady J and have a higher plat count than him, because he told me I'd never be able to outdo him. Well, I did. I did, Jay. What you gonna do about it, son? Show me your red. Let's see here. Somebody feel free to clip that and send it to Shady J. I dare you. No nuts. Does Xbox have enough exclusive franchise characters to make their own Super Smash Brothers? I don't know about that. I don't think so. Master Chief seems fine. For Sony, I want Astrobot to be the mascot. Absolutely. Even if Chief is on PlayStation now, he will be the Xbox man. Most likely. Well, he won't be the Xbox mascot anymore. He'll be the Microsoft mascot, because Xbox ain't going to mean anything anymore. That's right, John. You clip that and you send it to him. Show me your red, Jay. I topped your platinums a long time ago, Jay. What you going to do about it? What you going to do? when the 7th runs wild all over your trophy score. Don't make me buy more jumping tacos and shit, Jay. I'm kidding. I didn't really do that. But, I mean, I have a few of them in there. Like, I have the same ones that Jay has. Mr. Masagi, my name is Mayo, etc., etc., etc. Laughing my ass off. Too busy working, but someone should clip that. Well, it doesn't have to be done right now. 7th, what were your thoughts on Rare as a company? Did you say that they were overrated? Please correct me on that. I have never been overly impressed with Rare. I've stated that multiple times. I'm not a big fan of Banjo-Kazooie. Okay? I didn't really like Conker's Bad Fur Day, aside from the fact that it was funny. And I certainly did not like GoldenEye. Wasn't a big fan of Perfect Dark neither. And I haven't been impressed with any of the stuff that they've done for Xbox. I have friends that love Sea of Thieves, but I'm not in agreement with them. The 007 games for you to try are Agent Under Fire, Nightfire, From Russia with Love, Everything or Nothing, Quantum of Solace, and Bloodstone. One of those was kind of an Uncharted ripoff. I can't remember which one it was, but one of them played like Uncharted. I remember that one. My last comment got removed. I didn't remove any of your comments. You probably just didn't actually click the post button, Brother Natural. I didn't delete any of your stuff. If your comment had been deleted, there would be a comment on there saying, your comment was deleted by so-and-so. And guess what? There's nothing in there saying your comment was deleted by so-and-so. There was happy birthday 7th, wish you many more happy years to you, and then there's nothing in there saying that you had a comment deleted. If it had been deleted, it would be on my feed showing me that it got deleted, but it's not there. Seventh, are you a Grinch fan? Did you try the Grinch fries from McDonald's? Of course not. I like the Jim Carrey movie, and I like the original cartoon. I own both. But I'm not going to go to McDonald's to buy Grinch fries. Yeah, I understand. I understand that some people are nostalgic for Happy Meals. I'm not one of those people. Because most of the toys in Happy Meals sucked butt. They were not good. There were a few good ones. The little Transformers were good. The Dukes of Hazzard ones were good. The Hot Wheel car ones were good. The rest of them sucked butt. So I have no nostalgia for Happy Meals. I sure as hell don't have any nostalgia for the boxes. Just like, I don't have nostalgia for cardboard in general. And yeah, that's directed at you too, Jay. Mr. Authorita on retro game collecting, Jay. Why should I take advice from Jay? Tell me that, John Kratz. Why should I take game collecting advice from Jay? This is a man who spent over $100 on cereal boxes. Cereal boxes. You know what I could do with $100? Do you know, John Kratz? Do you know what I could do with $100? Jay's mom, 5 times. Mic drop. Show me your red, Jay. Show me your red, son. I don't know where that came from. I'm sorry. I conjured a little bit of old school 7th for a minute there. went very old school there. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be so mean, Jay. I'm sorry. I'm sure you're really upset about that. I'm sure that really, really just got under your skin, Jay. I'm sorry. Oh, Lord. I wasn't a big fan of Jet Force either. Should Microsoft re-release their OG Xbox exclusives? Not that Xbox is now a loosely third-party developer. Sure, why not? I mean, they've already done it with Gears of War. I would like them to re-release Fable 1, 2, and 3 on PS5. I would buy that. What's the whole process? Has the whole process of starting from 0, then working your way up to 100 or some other random high number grow tiring for you? I don't know what you're talking about there, Clean Frame. How about Clean Frame? How about you give me a frame of reference for your comment? Call me jaded all you want, but I'm looking for a mix-up in the whole gaming formula, like starting with a whole bunch of powers, losing them, and having to give. Yeah, that's a trope I don't like. I don't like that trope. And of course, what's the very first thing that happens in frickin' Lost Soul Aside? You go in there and you lay waste with all these powers, and then you lose them all. Diddy Kong Racing, the best racing game ever made, though. Burnout Paradise, baby. Thoughts on John Cena retiring? Don't give a shit! What's the age that a wrestler should retire? No older than 50. And I know that means that Undertaker would have retired a lot earlier than he did, but you know what? That's kind of a good thing. What would you do with $100? Get lots of Crystal Burgers. No, I wouldn't, because there's no Crystal anywhere near me here in Texas. Closest one is Kyle, or Tyler, Texas, or wherever. I think it was Kyle, though. Kyle, Texas, or something. And that's like 3 hours from me. 7 cutting a promo like he's Ric Flair. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what I used to do back in the day. That's what Trey Brotherhood videos were. They were wrestling promos. Spicy caliente. He would just laugh and say, interesting. Yes, he would. Thoughts on Gunther being Cena's final opponent? I'm sick of that shit. Isn't that what they did with Goldberg? Wasn't Gunther Goldberg's final opponent too? It's so stupid. Why are they using Gunther for that? It's because they know Gunther won't screw up the match? Hello Kitty racers. Nah, man. The Disney kart racer that was on Dreamcast and PS1's better than Hello Kitty. Come on. I did not like Need for Speed Underground 2 better than Burnout Paradise, but to each their own. Everyone is saying John Cena's retirement, but come on. We've seen a lot of people come out of retirement. It's a fun spectacle, but I don't think the ticket selling hype. Well, with him, he was very polarizing. He wasn't universally loved like Austin, for example. And he's, for some reason, thinks because of Peacemaker that he's going to get lots more roles in Hollywood. So I for one, am fine with his retirement. I really am. I'm fine with it. I want Xbox to re-release their Sega exclusive catalog that were supposed to be slated for the Dreamcast and got switched over to the OG Xbox. That wouldn't be too bad, especially like Panzer Dragoon Orta. Yeah. I guess Shenmue 2, but hasn't that already been ported? I want to say there was a digital version of it. Yeah, I got the on PS4. I got the physical re-release of a remaster of Shenmue 1 and 2. I've got it on disc over there, so that one's already been done. Do y'all try to distribute attributes evenly when in some RPGs or have a character specialize just once? It just depends. I usually target like maybe 2 big ones and go from there. Do you think Undertaker betrayed his friend Matt by kicking him off the podcast they made together, replacing him with Michelle McCool and selling the podcast to WWE. I don't know that that's the way it actually went down, based on what Matt has actually said in interviews. I get the feeling that Undertaker wasn't given a tremendous amount of choice in that matter. I could be wrong. But I'm just basing that based on what Matt has actually said. But Matt could just be trying to cover Undertaker's ass in the public. I don't know. I don't know, my friends. I just don't know. Anyway. Oh, my back. Oh, my back. Oh, my back. What was your favorite Zelda game? Link to the Past. Does Steve Austin still do a podcast? I don't know. I haven't looked. I thought he still did one for WWE, but I could be wrong. I don't know. I don't know. No, I do not. Okay. Alrighty then. Boop. Boop. Wait till they get a load of me. Man, my back. A Link to the Past is your favorite Zelda. What about the original Zelda on NES? Well, if that was my favorite Ultra Steel, I wouldn't have said A Link to the Past was my favorite. That's like saying, oh, your favorite cereal is Oreo O's, huh? Well, what about Cheerios? I used to love Jim Cornette's podcast, but eventually you hear all the good story. You're not wrong there. Don't get me wrong, Jim Cornette is funny, but like you said, he starts to repeat himself after a while. Where you hear the same story for the umpteenth time about the frickin' Midnight Express, or the same story for the umpteenth time about Vince Russo, or as he calls him, shit stains. It starts to get old, absolutely. But then again, at one point, I'm sure that me telling stories about my dad started to get old too. Maybe that's what I should do as an extra bonus for signing up for a membership. Maybe I should take all those old dad stories and throw them into an AI to create videos about my dad. Maybe that's an idea. Maybe I should do that. That sounds fun. Of course, that would require me to actually pay for a subscription fee for one of these stupid AI things, which I don't really want to do, but it's not like I have a whole bunch of old home movies of my dad. I don't. I am not Tyler. I'm so envious of him that he has that. We just were too poor for a camcorder for the longest time. Nope, I never said that, Ultra Steel. I have always said Link to the Past was my favorite Zelda, and I've also said that Link to the Past was my favorite game of all time, period. Do y'all have a game that y'all played an unfathomable amount to the point you know all the secrets? Y'all played the new game plus with multiple characters, did all the subquests, main quests. No, I can't think of one. I mean, not today. Back in the 80s, I was that way with multiple NES games. Ninja Gaiden 2, Mega Man 1, 2, and 3, Bionic Commando, Contra, Super C. There was a ton of them that I knew backwards and forwards, up and down. Super Mario Brothers 1, 2, and 3. I mean, the list went on and on. But, a lot of that has faded over the years. As you could see by when I played Ninja Gaiden Live, I still got to the last level, but I just I just wasn't making it through that last level. I got pretty close. I almost got to, Ryu's father, but I kept coming just short because of how much I'd lost my timing, my rhythm for it, and I was getting spammed with the birds and stuff. And eventually, my hands started to cramp up real bad because I've been trying and trying and trying, and I just gave up. But I made it. The first time I played it in a long time, I made it all the way to the last level from what I remembered of playing it. Could I do that with Bionic Commando? I don't know. I personally think Metroid Dread is top 2 out of all the Metroid titles. Okay. We have Metroid Dread. I haven't played it. 8th has played it, but I haven't. You mentioned crappy Happy Meal toys before. Did you like the cheap LCD handheld electronic video games you get some? No. Wait a minute. Magic Powers. I never bought Tiger Electronic handhelds. Never. I only had 2 things that were like that. Well, 3. I had a crappy electronic baseball game that wasn't even really electronic. It's like, it sort of was, but it was more mechanical than electronic. It was actually on an episode of Game Chasers a while back. It was like this weird little thing where if you hit the baseball just right, you'd see this little purple streak go. I had that one. I had one of the tabletop space games. It was silver. I can't remember the name of it. And then I had the Donkey Kong little tabletop arcade, the one Coleco put out, the one that you can see behind AVGN's head. I had that Donkey Kong that I'd actually bought with my birthday money. And those were the only games that would even be considered similar to what a Tiger Electronic game does. I didn't have any, Game & Watches or any of that crap because I thought those games were terrible because they are. So I wouldn't waste my money to buy one. I would just keep saving my money until I had $50 so I could go buy an NES cart. Personally think Metroid Dread. Well, I already read that one. Thoughts on the possibility of a Stranger Things? And oh, wait a minute. One hour remaining. We've had one membership subscription, so that's $3. We've had 0 donations. So we are currently $47 away from extending the show by 1 hour. Thank you again, Ace of Horns, for subscribing to a membership. Like I said, tons of material in there, and we'll get you added to I'll add you to the Discord tomorrow morning when I get up, because as soon as the show is over, I'm gonna take some painkillers and go to sleep. But yeah, tomorrow morning when I get up, I'm going to be working on some videos, and I'll add you then. But let's see here. We have 1 hour left to go. 1 hour to go. $47 short of extending by 1 hour. Thoughts on the possibility of Stranger Things and DC Comics crossover now that Netflix bought Warner Brothers? You know what? I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility. But you know what is weirdly getting crossed over with everything right now? Godzilla. Like I said, I went to my buddy Brian took me and 8th out for my birthday today. And one of the places he took us was a local comic book shop. And I just kept seeing all these crossovers with Godzilla. Just tons of them. And I thought, that's weird. And I'm like, are the rights to Godzilla just super cheap right now that all these companies can do these crossovers with him? I mean, they were just everywhere. Everywhere. Anyway. One thing's for sure, more Zelda fans need to appreciate A Link in the Past because it introduced many things the franchise spin. Yeah. Speaking of Happy Meal toys, what do you think of Nintendo locking music behind a $30 plastic DLC? I'm not too happy about it, but then again, I don't really do a whole lot in the realm of Nintendo anyway. I just buy the exclusives and then barely play them because I don't have the use for a handheld and they don't have trophies. And yeah, I know you don't actually mind, but I'm going to send a belated birthday dono after paid. It's all right, John. I appreciate it. Glad you streamed tonight. 1 hour left. Yes, sir. Happy birthday, by the way, Seven. Thank you. Is Godzilla public domain? I don't think so. I don't think so. Toho still makes money off of it, so I can't imagine so. No, because the first one was like, what, 1950 something? So it shouldn't be public domain yet. I think it's what, 100 years before public domain? Seventh, which SNES RPG is better, Secret of Mana or Chrono Trigger? Secret of Mana is good, but it's it's an action RPG. It's more of an action adventure thing like Zelda, really. Chrono Trigger is where it's at as far as RPG. Kind of hard to top that one, and it's one that I don't own. I don't own Chrono Trigger. Well, I don't own it for Super Nintendo. I do have it for PS1. I do have it for PS1. Yay, 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 yay me. Oh. I need to play CT badly. Oh, Chrono Trigger, yeah. It's 75 years for copyright. Okay, well, maybe. Yeah, I guess it's been about 75 years now, but I don't know. I just know that I went walking and looking at the shelves, and there was all these different comic book crossovers with Godzilla, and I was like, yeah, I was just kind of surprised by that, by the sheer number of them. You know what would be a good crossover? Batman and Jigsaw. Yes, that would be a good one. That would be a fun one. Clean frame. Every time I run into my favorite characters on Twitch playing a MOBA, I lament to myself, if only there was a MOBA with X-Men characters, I would jump into the genre post-haste. I don't know why there isn't anything like that. I mean, you've got Marvel Rivals right now, and DC had. I want to say that I can't remember the name of it though. Didn't at one point DC have something that was kind of similar, kind of sort of similar to Marvel Ultimate Alliance at one point? Or was that just a mobile thing that I'm thinking of? I know I know they've had several fighting games like Injustice, and there was a Justice League one on the PS2 and what have you. Superman will be public domain in 2034. What would it take for y'all to enter genres? It doesn't necessarily have to be a MOBA that y'all don't regularly play. I'm kind of set in my ways, man. I'm not likely to be picking up new genres anytime soon. I'm kind of set in my ways. I don't play a whole lot of sports games unless they're more arcadey, like Super Dodgeball, Baseball Stars, that kind of thing. And I don't really play racing games. I found Burnout Paradise, and every racing game that I play that I don't feel is as good as Burnout Paradise, I put it down. I'm kind of set in my ways, son. Just is what it is. Don't care about MOBAs. Don't care about stuff like Fortnite and PUBG. Don't give a crap about those. I'm just kind of my favorite thing is to just get immersed in a big open world with a lot of lore and story and items to find and exploration, finding hidden places and all that kind of. That's what I like. Metroidvanias, though, aren't really a new genre for me. I've been playing games like that since at least Castlevania 2 Simon's Quest. Which doesn't 100% fit the formula of a Metroidvania since it doesn't have Doesn't have a map in the corner. Doesn't have a map screen. But for most criteria, it's a Metroidvania. It's certainly the first example of such a game that I remember playing outside of Metroid itself. Yes, indeedy. Yes, indeed. I think Crash Bandicoot and Sonic the Hedgehog would be a good crossover. I mean, it hasn't been done already? Coco and Tails would get along very well. Same for Dr. Cortex and Dr. Eggman. Okay. I really like the 2010 Need for Speed Hot Pursuit game, even though you can technically play that game with an NES controller. 7th, have you played Maximo 2 Army of Zen? I have it, and I have played it, yes. I have both of the Maximo games. Which are just 3D Ghosts and Goblins games, but Ghouls and Ghosts. Should Konami and Nintendo collab and make a Metroid X Castlevania game titled Metroidvania? I'd probably sell a lot of money, but how would you do the story of it? That'd be one kooky story, you got to admit. That would be a weird one. Yeah, Maximo and Maximo 2 are upstairs in 8th's game room. He has all the PS2 stuff up there. I'd like to expand my PS2 library quite a bit because I've only got like 100 or so of them, somewhere around in there. I'd like to have a PS2 library that's at least as big as my PS4 library, which is over 300 titles. My PS5 library is getting on up there, right there. That's my half of it, and then there's more of it upstairs in 8th room. We're almost at 200 titles for the PS5. Almost. We're not quite there yet. We're getting there. We're getting there. Oh yes. Yes. Yes, my lovelies. Yes. What's the worst PS1 game you've ever played? Irritating Stick. Yes, that exists. Look it up. Irritating Stick. Absolute garbage. It lives up to its name. If you could collect games for any console, if I could collect games for any console, it would be PS2. It's a good one to collect for. There's a reason why the PS2 is the most successful console of all time. It's because it earned that shit. The library is fantastic. Yes, there's a lot of shovelware crap in there. Of course there is. When you have a library that's over 4,000 titles big, that's going to happen. But it's got so many bangers, man. So many great games. Oh, Magic Powers. Ooh, that was a good one. I could strip the varnish off a Foot Locker. It could work by having Samus warped and stranded in a Castlevania universe and has to figure out a way to get back home. Like some kind of dimensional rift kind of thing. Yeah, let's have more multiverse stuff. That's always a good thing. I'm messing with you, Brother Natural. I'm just messing with you. 7th, do you think it's worth it to buy older consoles if the newer ones are backwards compatible? For example, GameCube works on the Wii. I like to have the original hardware just for the sake of history and nostalgia of having it. But you do have a point. If you already have a Wii, you don't really need a GameCube because, I mean, other than getting a Wii compatible GameCube controller, you just need to get the games because it plays them. Alucard or Simon Belmont jumps to the future and Samus jumps to the past in each other's respective settings. They communicate each other through some means on how to get themselves home. It could be like a parallel dimension thing where, like, for example, Simon Belmont can't get through a certain gate, and so in Samus's version of that, which is somehow on another planet and they're linked through some kind of weird dimensional something or other. She has to set off something on an alien planet that somehow unlocks the door for Simon in his version of it. So you've got these two, instead of having one Metroidvania map, you have two Metroidvania maps, one sci-fi, one horror, that are linked together by some kind of, ethereal sci-fi who's a whatsits, to where stuff that Simon does affects Samus's map, and stuff Samus does affects Simon's map. That would be a way to do it. It'd be confusing as all hell, but that'd be a way to do it. You definitely get your money out of that one. There are some compatibility issues with some PS1 games not working on the PS2. I never really ran into any, but, it had the actual original PS1 graphic processor chip in it. PS3 played PS1 games no matter which version you had. Every version of the PS3 could play PS1 games. It was the PS2 games that not every version could play. Did I ever play any Flash games? No. Because I never liked them. I always thought they sucked. 7, did you have the PS3 that had full backwards compatibility? I have it. It's upstairs in 8th room. My buddy Jeff sent it to me several years ago. That's a brilliant concept for a possible Metroidvania game. Well, what can I say, man? I'm just full of ideas. And of course, we all know that only the fat PS3 plays PS1 and PS2 games. But what you don't know is that the 80 gig model could do it too. It's just the 80 gig model did it through emulation instead of actually having the emotion engine on the motherboard. But it still would play PS2 games right off the disc. You pop the disc in there and it would work. I used to have the 80 gig model and I lost it. But I still got the 80 gig, the 60 gig model. Yeah, the PS2 actually had the PS1 chipset on the motherboard, or at least they did on the original fat PS2. I don't know if the PS2 Slim had the chipset in it or not. I'd have to test that. I don't remember. I used to know that, but I'm 51 years old this week. And nobody has sent me any donos for my birthday. So I could, buy me a birthday Big Mac or something. Perhaps a $10 game on PSN. Something like that. But no. Just one single membership with 40 minutes to go. How did you lose something that bulky and noticeable? It's probably some... I remember what happened. That was the PS3 that got stolen in 2010 when they broke into the house and stole all my crap. That was the PS3 that got stolen. And so by the time that happened, the only PS3 you could buy new was the Slim. So I had to replace it with a Slim that wouldn't play PS2 games. It played PS1, but not PS2. C'est la vie. They just kicked my door in. Well, the first time they kicked the door in. Okay. And the first time it happened, I was still married at the time, and my wife happened to be home, and she was coming down the stairs, and when they kicked the door in, she screamed bloody murder, and they ran off. The second time it happened was after we had split up, and somehow my front window had been left unlocked. I don't know how that happened. And they just lifted the window up and crawled in through the window, then went and unlocked the front door, opened it up, and carted everything I owned that was worth a damn out into the garage. Not the garage, but into the trunk, and dumped it into the trunk and drove off. I lost like $6,000 or $7,000 worth of stuff, and insurance didn't cover it all. $5 from Brother Natural. Thank you, Brother Natural. Appreciate you. That puts us up to $8 for the evening. So we're now $42 short of extending by an hour. Come on, guys, have a heart and chip in at least $1 for good old 7th. You didn't have to, Brother Natural. I was joshing everybody. It wouldn't be the first time that I had a stream where there was no donations. Certainly not. But I appreciate it. Appreciate you. Let me give you $1 bill. $1 bill, y'all. $1 bill. $1 bill. I have magic powers. All righty. All right. It's been one of those evenings, hasn't it? Hasn't it? Oh! Oh, my knuckles! My knuckles, they conspire against me. Work! Don't be old. Don't be old. Work. I'm noticing it more and more from the cold. The colder it gets, which, Texas don't typically get that cold anyway, but the colder it gets here, the more I wake up and my knuckles are just, And the weird thing is I'm starting to build calluses in weird places. Like I've got calluses on the insides of my pinky. On the sides of my pinky. Like look right there. You see that lump right there? That's a callus on the side of my pinky. I don't even know why I have that. And then I got this great big one on my left knuckle here. I don't, it's not like I'm going around punching people with my left knuckle. So why the hell is this big ass callus here? I don't do anything with that knuckle that's special. So why is it built up all this callus on it? I don't understand. I don't understand. Why for? Why for? Why for? It would be cool if the PS6 had access to the entire PS library, no streaming. Yeah, if it could physically run every disc, that would be awesome. But they're not going to do that. They want you to rebuy them. They want you to rebuy them. Oh, ho, ho. QB3540 donated $20. Thank you, QB3540. I appreciate you. Happy birthday to me. I'm an old fart. Here's your $1 bill. A $7 bill. I have magic powers. Thank you, kind sir. Appreciate you. All right. We get the message, DSP. Oh, take thy beak from my heart. You could say lots of mean things, but let's not call me DSP. Come on. I'm not trying to pay my bills with this shit. I just want at least one birthday present. Come on, guys. I mean, I love Brian for taking me out for a nice steak dinner that sounds a little bit gay when you put it that way, but I appreciate that he did it for me. Bought my son the steak dinner too, That was nice, but, it's nice to have a little something new to open up like it's a birthday present, like a little $20 game or a $20 Blu-ray movie that I don't own. That's kind of nice, That's kind of nice. I appreciate you, QB. Thank you, sir. So, that puts us up to 28. 28. Which means we are $22 away from extending the show by 1 hour. So if we get one $2 donation and another $20 donation, y'all get another full hour of this. Let's keep on asking questions. Come on, folks. Come on, folks. Help me entertain you. You know that's what you want. That's why you're here. Thank you, False Reality. Thank you for the birthday wishes. I appreciate you, False Reality. False Reality 0. So if it's 0 false reality, then you're just reality, right? So why the longer name? Just when y'all think you have all the answers, I change the questions. Let me just check real quick. Okay. Hey, at least you don't try to play Doom like a peekaboo simulator. No, wait, that was Pyro. Yes, it was. Mr. J Tech TV. 7th, do you think Metroid Prime 4 is likely going to fail? I've heard bad things about it. I don't think it'll fail. I think it'll sell just fine. And I'm sure it works just fine, and it looks perfectly acceptable. It's just that it doesn't do enough to differentiate itself from the previous 3 games. It's awful samey. They played it safe. That doesn't make it bad. That just makes it more the same. And if you loved the first 3 games, I'm sure this one will be fine. It's just fine. It's going to be okay. Probably because it was taken without it. Can we all agree to call next gen the current gen when the new generation consoles come out? How are we calling a next gen, or calling a gen next gen when we're 4 years and some odd months into the generation? Force of habit, I suppose. 7th, are you okay? You're acting kind of Jim Carrey-ish, and it's weirding me out. You don't have to watch Ultra Steel. You don't have to watch. I'm fine. I'm experiencing back pain, but I'm fine. If I didn't know any better, I'd almost question whether you wanted to be entertained or not. Do you want to be entertained, or do you just want attention, Ultra Steel? If you were given the choice to one day create and direct a film, what would it be about? I have a couple of ideas. One of them, I'd probably get accused of ripping off Stranger Things because it's actually something that I wrote an outline for about 10 years before Stranger Things came out, about kind of a fictionalized take on the things that me and my friends used to get into in my neighborhood back in the day. And I was going to, it would have ended up being a lot like Stranger Things. Not exactly the same, but similar. Mine would have been more occultish than, science gone mad type thing, but yeah. And I have a book that I wrote back in 2005 that I think would make a fun movie series or a repeating television show. I like to think of it as sort of Red Dwarf, but in a fantasy genre kind of thing. So, yeah. Do you think Jim Carrey could do a good Max Headroom if given the chance? I could see that. I could totally see that. Would anybody want that is the real question. From what I hear, Metroid Prime 4 has some Breath of the Wild elements instead of just a linear maze. You backtrack like the first 3, and why is McLovin in there? Why is McLovin where? What are you talking about? Seventh, which video game movie is better, Ready Player One or Wreck-It Ralph? Personally, I enjoyed Ready Player One more. That being said, I was not a fan of the Ready Player One book. I thought it was the writing, because he was trying to recreate the mindset of a teenage nerd. He went too far in trying to recreate the mindset of a teenage nerd, so the book is a pain in the ass to read. It feels like someone uh, dropping nostalgia bombs for clout when you read the book. It reads like a teenager trying to flex how much he knows about pop culture. It's what it feels like when you read it, and it's annoying. The English is not very good because it's a kid, so the kid's English would not be very good, and so it kind of sucks to read. But it made for a good movie, even though the movie differentiates wildly from the book. So Metroid Prime 4 has cinematic and side characters, and one of them looks like the guy from Super. Oh, okay, yeah, I know what you're talking about now. Yeah, and it has a big open world, mostly empty desert with nothing to do in it that you have to drive around the bike in. I hate where they try to just quickly cram uh, a very very simple open world into a game so they could call the game open world. That annoys me. Cinematics in a Nintendo game worked so well for Other M, right? Other M wasn't the worst game in the world I've ever played, but it didn't feel like Metroid at all. But I mean, Team Ninja, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? That's what they make. They make stuff like that. Oh, 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 snack, crackle, and pop. Oh, it hurts like the dickens. I think the desert area in Metroid Prime 4 is just a loading screen in disguise. You're probably not that wrong. You're driving around while that weak ass hardware is backloading that level in. But if that was 100% true, that means it would be backloading every level that you could potentially access from the desert, though. So I don't know. I don't know. Do you like the original Fallout? Yeah, but I don't think they'd play worth a crap on a console. That ain't a game that plays well on anything other than a mouse and keyboard. I'm sorry. They would have to change it so much to make it work on a controller that it wouldn't feel like the original game anymore. Oh, magic powers. My neck, man. My neck. My neck's not doing too good. I'm having neck pain and I'm having tummy pain. Not sure why I'm having the neck pain unless I maybe pulled something because Brian has multiple vehicles, okay? And one of them is a Hummer, but he didn't bring the Hummer over here. He brought his Tahoe over here. And, I'm not accustomed to having to climb up into a vehicle. I'm used to just opening the door and sliding into the vehicle. And so, I think at one of the multiple points that I got out, in and out of his car, that, I pulled myself up a little bit too strongly with his shoulder. And, I've got a nerve that pinches real easy in here anyway. And I think I pinched that nerve. And so that's kind of sliding into the back of my neck. It's not Brian's fault, but, Which reminds me, most game developers hide their loading screen through unskipped cinematic in areas where you slowly have to squeeze in a confined space. Yeah. Speaking of video game movies, isn't Pixels essentially a pseudo Ghostbusters movie but with video games instead of ghosts? More or less. More or less. I don't hate that movie like a lot of people do, but I do feel it's not one of Adam Sandler's strongest films. I mean, a lot of people shit on Little Nicky too, but I actually think Little Nicky is one of the best movies he ever made. It's extremely imaginative. I think overall, uh, the worst Adam Sandler movie is Jack and Jill by far. You can say that it's the western he did for Netflix. No, no. The worst movie that Sandler has ever been in was Jack and Jill. Absolute garbage. Even that even that independent film that he made when he was before he was famous, that Going Overboard movie, that piece of crap is better than Jack and Jill. Jack and Jill is damn near unwatchable. I hate that movie. Seventh, with fiction, do you think the Lord of the Rings movies throws too much lore and world building at newcomers if they see the first movie? I still have trouble understanding the universe. No, no. I think it does a pretty good job of explaining who is what and who and why did this person do that and etc. etc. Especially if you watch the 4-hour director's cuts of each film. What stage in the all the computers becoming streaming boxes plan are we now in? Well, I mean, we've got Steam trying to take another stab at the Steam box, you know, but certainly if AI gets as powerful as they say, and internet speeds and whatnot get as fast as they're intending, then eventually, I mean, Microsoft's been trying to move towards that for years. That's why their entire Office suite is now a subscription model instead of going out and buying it and installing it. So eventually, especially once cloud gaming catches up in quality to where there's little to no lag and the graphics don't have any kind of foibles going on, what point is there going to be in having a $1,500 graphics card and all this additional RAM and all this when everything is going to be in the cloud? You see what I'm saying? It's just a matter of time. I liked parts of Click. Click felt too much like a dramedy for me. I don't like Adam Sandler in dramedies. I like him in just full-blown comedy. That's why Big Daddy ain't one of my favorite ones either, because he had the whole thing about will they or will they not let him adopt the kid and all that drama and stuff. Make it one or the other, either a comedy or a drama. Let's not try to make them too much of both. Oh, I love 8 Crazy Nights. It's absolutely stupid and ridiculous, but I love it anyway. Just the fact that that got made at the animation quality that it did cracks me up. The fact that it exists cracks me up in itself. I think I have an interesting story of cheesing one of the hardest parts of my favorite games in Okami. There were memorization mini games in the late game that took me forever to complete. Okay. I feel like you only told a portion of that story, Clean Frame. Kind of left me on a cliffhanger there, son. Right on. On that note, for story writing advice, do you think it's a good idea for a writer to slowly introduce the lore and his or her world so it's easier to grasp? Well, yeah, you want to divvy it out. The best way to do it is do it from the perspective of the character. That's why with both Frodo and Bilbo in their respective stories, these were isolated characters that didn't venture out of their little town of Hobbiton that much. And so as they learned new things about Middle-earth, the audience, the reader, learns new things about Middle-earth. That's the best way to do it, because you're learning it at the same pace as the protagonist is learning it. That's why there's so many movies where you start out with a benign, boring character who becomes an adventurer. For example, Wanted. You've seen the movie Wanted? He's just an office worker, and suddenly he becomes the world's deadliest assassin. But you follow him, and as he learns new things, you learn new things. It's a tried and true tactic. It's an old trope, but it works. And even my book, My character in my book starts out as a cheesy romance novelist and ends up becoming, uh, I don't want to say the chosen one, but something similar along those lines. And so you learn the world as he learns it. That's the way to do it. I love Mr. I love Mr. Deeds, especially God, his name's on the tip of my tongue. The guy that plays his butler. He was the secret agent in the Transformer movies. John Turturro. I love him in Mr. Deeds. I don't think that movie would be nearly as good as it was if not for John Turturro. He makes that movie. He was awesome in that. That's one of my all-time favorite. I know it sounds crazy, but that's one of my all-time favorite John Turturro performances. Is the butler in Mr. Deeds. Loved it. For episode chapter 1, I just explained all that. Is your book available on Kindle? I have no idea. Back in the day when it first came out about 4 years ago, the book's over 20 years old at this point. About 4 years ago, playing a company, all I did was put out my phone and recorded whatever I had to memorize. I didn't have a phone in 2006. I have one that I've mentioned multiple times, and that's in Joe Montana Sports Talk Football for the Sega Genesis. You can cheese the entire career mode. Thusly, on every first down, fake punt. And you will hear the announcer say, on the first down, and I can't believe it. And then it just causes this massive 18-wheeler sized hole in the defensive line. So you just run parallel up the line of scrimmage, and then the minute it huts, phew, off you go. And you'll run 100 yards, touchdown, every time. So every game you'll end up winning like 150-something to nothing. How the developers missed that, I'll never know. I mean, they had to kind of know it was there because they had the guy record the line, and I can't believe it. So on some level, they had to know that was in there. Anyway, we have about 19 minutes left, and we're $22 short of extending by an hour. So I hope everyone's having fun. But it's going to end in about 19 minutes unless there's another $22 that gets donated in. Thank you so much, Lee. That being said, let's keep the questions going for the remaining 19 minutes in case that $22 doesn't come in. Which I don't think it will. Questions have dried up. Where y'all go? Where'd y'all go? Y'all are all on the ball, and now y'all've gone silent on me. You've gone silent. What did I ever do to you? I got something in my eye. I kid. But come on. We got 20 more minutes effectively of this stuff. Let's go. Questions. I'm not seeing questions. Where'd y'all go? Did I lose my connection and it just doesn't tell me that? It's just not telling me that I've been disconnected? What's going on here? Where did y'all go? I'm showing there's still all the same number of viewers that was in here 10 minutes ago. Where is everybody? Why aren't you typing anything? Did somebody break in and crack your knuckles? A mobster or possibly a nun? From Brother Natural, would you agree that modern movies don't look like movies anymore? Gone are the days where films incorporated film grain with 35mm. Yeah, they all look like direct-to-video movies now. Because you remember back in the day, a lot of the direct-to-video movies would be filmed digitally anyway. And they'd be filmed on video instead of film. not digitally, but video instead of film. So they all look like an episode of a TV show instead of a movie. John Bain has become a member. Oh, I see why. Because JV Shada's sent out 5 free 7th level gift memberships. Thank you, sir. Ghosts of Yotei. I haven't played Ghosts of Yotei yet. Merry Christmas, everybody. Thank you, JV Shota. Thank you, JV Shota. I appreciate that. You know what that means, though, you know. Folks are going to have to send me their Discords so I can add them to the Discord. Of course, you know, if you don't keep up the membership that you were just gifted, then, you know, well, you'll end up getting knocked out of there after a month. But yeah, just go on X and send me your Discord user IDs so I can add you to the Discord. We had what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, what? 5 new ones? 5 new members? Send me your Discord IDs, please. AKL Max, I'm not sure. That depends on whether he bought them. Well, even that's 5 people that got memberships. If he bought the $3 memberships, that'd be $15. So we'd still be $7 short. And if they were just the 99-cent ones, then we'd be even farther short. I don't know which ones JV Shota bought. He bought 5 memberships, but I don't know if he bought the $5 one or if he bought the $3 ones. Don't know. He would have to tell me that. Let me know which ones you bought, JV Shota. Did you buy 5 99-cent memberships or did you buy 5 $3 memberships? Let me know, sir. Because this doesn't tell me. It just tells me you bought 5 memberships. It doesn't tell me what tier you bought. Seventh, do you think people should wait to buy GTA 6 after PS6 comes out? The PS4 version of GTA 5 came out after a year after. Yeah, I know. You probably should wait for PS6. At least that's what I would do if I actually gave a crap about Grand Theft Auto. Clean frame. I think you can only gift the $3 ones. Are you sure? I was playing Borderlands 2 after 5 years of not playing it, and I noticed a part I was stuck on seemed to be a breeze. I guess my gaming skills have gotten better. That, or maybe they patched something that was making it harder than it needed to be. Seventh, I know Sword of Sodan was one of Billy's most hated games, but what about Jay? What game is his most hated? I have no idea, but I paid for him to play Sword of Sodan one time, and so now Jay doesn't. If I win something on one of Jay's streams where normally you'd get to pick a game, he doesn't let me pick a game. He makes me pick a song instead to play in the background. So this got me thinking further, and I can probably beat most games now that I couldn't beat. Well, you never know. I think it's safe to say that PS6 may be announced before the release of... Well, we'll see. But anyway, I don't have a way of seeing... well, maybe I do. Let me try this. I can confirm you can only get the $3 ones. It said one membership was, so that's about, okay. So that's $15 added to the total. So we had, let's see, we had $20 plus $5 plus a $3 membership plus 15 is $43. So we are $7 away from extending the show by 1 hour. $7. Now, normally, by now, Dark Star Archangel would have been in here and donated $7 because he comes in here and donates $7 almost every week. But he hasn't been here tonight. So it still may not happen, folks. We've got 10 minutes for $7 to show up. Got 10 minutes for $7 to show up. What's going to happen? I don't know. It's kind of exciting. But I appreciate it, JV. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. But everyone who just got a free membership, well, not a free membership, but everyone that just got a membership, please go on X and send me your Discord user IDs so I can add you to the Discord. Thank you. Clean Frame just started playing. $10 from K-Naps. Thank you, K-Naps. I appreciate you, sir. All right, well, that puts us up to $53, so we are staying for another hour. We are at $53. Thank you, K-Naps. Let's get you a dollar bill going there, son. And we're going to do one for JV Show to 2. Dollar bill for JV. Thank you so much. JV. Thank you so much. Knaps or Naps or K-Naps. What have you. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Did anyone get Borderlands 4? I got it. It was okay. You know, the villain was, you know, better than oh hell. The villain was better than Borderlands 3, but that ain't saying much. He was still kind of a generic villain, but at least he wasn't aggressively awful like the villains in Borderlands 3 were. I don't really think switching to open world did the game any favors. You know, I beat the main campaign. I don't really have a desire to go back and do everything that I didn't do like I did with the previous Borderlands, because it's just it's too much of a pain in the ass to move around on that map. You know, fast travel isn't as great as it should be in that game. And so you do spend a lot of time driving around on your bike trying to get from point A to point B. And so it gets to the point where, well, I've got this mission that I need to do over there, but I'm over here and I don't have fast travel set up for that, so I'm going to have to drive all the way over there. And I just think I'll watch some reruns instead. Yeah. That, for me, in a nutshell, is Borderlands 4. There's nothing aggressively or offensively wrong with it. I just don't think that making it open world did it any favors. Not at all. No. But, you know, I don't regret buying it. I don't buy AAA games at sticker price no more. Why pay $60 to be ripped off, disappointed? Well, yeah, you wait a couple of months and it's going to be $40. You wait another couple of months after that, it's going to be $20. That's why, you know, a lot of games, unless it's something that I just absolutely want to play, or it's something that's really, really bad and you guys want me to review, I wait till towards the end of the year and I buy it on GameFly used for like $20. 7th, are you tired of millennial writing in movies and video games? Yes. Till this day, I can't figure out why the Never-Ending Story film only covers the first half of the book. It took them over a year to create that movie. They could have just split up the book into 2 films. Maybe that's what they intended to do, and the first one didn't make enough money to warrant filming the second half of it. I don't know. I know that the author of the book disowned the movie. I mean, I grew up with that movie. I enjoyed it. I have it on Blu-ray back there. You know. I still enjoy it to this day. The sequels are absolute ass, but I enjoy the original one. Man, those sequels were bad. Holy crap. Those sequels sucked. I still don't understand to this day why they didn't have the original kid come back for the second one. The third one, I totally understand. But, he was still young enough by the time they made the second one where he could have pulled that off. I don't get it. I don't get it. Not that I have anything against the kid that was in the second one. I mean, it was that blonde-headed kid from that Chuck Norris movie Sidekicks, and he was in he was basically the Wesley Crusher character of Sequest DSV. Of course, when Sequest got canceled and all of his roles dried up, he hung himself. But, I thought he was a decent enough actor anyway. The bad guys from Borderlands 3 are what writers think YouTubers are like. It's the equivalent to the old man saying, "How do you do, fellow kids?" You're not wrong. Do you like Bruce Lee movies? I love Bruce Lee movies. Of course, there are not that many of them. There's only 4, and one of them only really has him in it for about 15 minutes. But still, yes, love Bruce Lee movies. What's your favorite Jackie Chan movie? Rumble in the Bronx. Rumble in the Bronx. I mean, don't get me wrong. There are other ones that I liked. The big brawl or whatever it was called. That first American one he made was pretty good. Loved him in the Cannonball Run movies. I, however, am not a big fan of the American movies he made in the late 90s going into the 2000s. Like, I don't give a crap about the Rush Hour movies. I didn't care about that one that he made with Owen Wilson. That was a Western. I didn't give a crap about that one. The Tuxedo and all those weird little wacky action comedies that he made. I don't really care for any of those. I like his old Chinese stuff. And then, of course, I liked him in Cannonball Run because those were funny. And, Rumble in the Bronx, even though it was filmed in New York, it was a Chinese production. So, what was your Borderlands 2 class of choice? The Gunzerker, I think it was. I loved the Gunzerker. Fun fact, Rumble in the Bronx was not filmed in the Bronx. It was entirely filmed. I thought there was some of it that they did some. There were some scenes where they filmed in and around the Brooklyn Bridge, but it was like B-roll stuff to just make it look more like New York. I could have swore I remembered seeing that in like a making of video. That his scenes, particularly some of the internal action stuff, was filmed in Montreal, but there were some exterior shots that they filmed in New York to try to make it seem like the whole thing was filmed in New York. Am I misremembering that? Am I thinking of something else? 7th, you ever see the 60s movie The Time Machine? No, but I've seen the remake of it. I didn't watch the original one, but I saw the remake of it with that guy from Memento. Does PS5 have a stick drift epidemic? I've never had a problem with that. If I've had to buy a new PS5 controller, it's because the battery wasn't holding a good charge anymore. It had nothing to do with the sticks. Not for me, anyway. What about Jet Li? I never really got into Jet Li that much. I liked his version of Fist of Fury. I liked his version of Fist of Fury. I can't remember the name of it. Same character, Shenzhen. I liked it, but I liked Donnie Yen's version of it even better. And that's the thing, for everything that Jet Li did, Donnie Yen did it better. I love Donnie Yen. Donnie Yen's great. Do you like all the Bioshock games? I did not like 2. I liked 1 and 3. 7th, the remake of Time Machine is terrible. Do yourself a favor and see the original one. I I I mean, I didn't hate the remake. It was watchable. I'll tell you what, though, another one that you should look at if you liked the 1960s Time Machine is check out a movie with Malcolm McDowell called Time After Time. That was directed by Nicholas Meyer, the guy that directed Star Trek 2 and Star Trek 6. And it's about how H.G. Wells uh, travels forward into the future to hunt down Jack the Ripper. It's a fun movie. You should check it out. 7th, are you going to watch the Game Awards? I don't know. I watched the Game Awards for the trailers. I don't know if I'm going to do it this year or not. I don't know. Because I'm not really excited for anything. So unless, they have some surprise announcement or something. The only thing that I'm even remotely excited about right now is Wolverine. Did you watch the Raid movies? I watched the first one. I didn't watch the second one yet. But I did watch the first one. You know what I wish we could get? I wish we could get a sequel to Carl Urban's Judge Dredd. That movie was so good. It's a shame it didn't make any money. Became a cult classic after the fact. I love his Judge Dredd, and I don't care what you say. I liked Stallone's Judge Dredd. The only thing I didn't like about that Judge Dredd was the comic relief. Not that I have anything against that actor. I just don't feel that he was a good fit for that movie. I feel like Stallone dragged him along because Stallone liked him in Demolition Man. And that's another reason why I don't think Judge Dredd did all that well when Stallone did it, was because he followed up Demolition Man with another dystopian future sci-fi movie. So it felt like an also-ran. Demolition Man is a much better movie, but I do like his version of Dredd. I just don't like, what's his name? God, why am I not remembering that dude's name? Rob Schneider, yeah. Had Rob Schneider in it. And I really think the only reason that character was wrote into that movie at all was because, Stallone met Schneider on the set of Demolition Man and thought he was funny. We don't get martial arts actors anymore. China has been slacking. We don't get them from China. We don't get them here. It used to be there was bona fide action stars. Now there's regular actors that star in action films that have, and so it just doesn't work as well, in my opinion. That's why, even though it's closer to the book, no one went to see the remake of The Running Man. And why no one went to see the remake of Total Recall. Because we don't have bona fide action stars anymore. We have actors starring in action films. Now, of course, there are exceptions to the rule. Keanu Reeves, for example, is great in the John Wick films. But for the most part, we don't have Stallones anymore. We don't have Schwarzeneggers anymore. We don't have Steven Seagals anymore, which is probably a good thing. We don't have Jean-Claude Van Damme's anymore. We don't have any of those action stars anymore. We just have actors that are acting in action films. I mean, for God's sakes, we had Matt Damon in the Bourne movies. Matt Damon from Good Will Hunting. doing action movies. I really think that's where a lot of it started, was with him and The Bourne Identity. What did you think of the 2014 RoboCop movie? It was so-so, but it was missing all the humor, all the dark humor from the first one. And it also didn't have a good villain like the first one. There was a lot of problems with that movie. I don't hate it, but I have no desire to own it physically. What's your favorite Rob Schneider movie? I don't have a favorite Rob Schneider movie. I don't. And I've seen them all. I've seen Deuce Bigelow and all that stuff. I've seen them. I don't remember the name of it, but I guess my favorite one, that's strictly a Rob Schneider movie. I can't remember the name of it, but it's the one where uh, he ends up getting thrown in prison, and prison turns him into a kind of a badass. I can't remember the name of it, but I got a kick out of that one. That one was kind of funny. Oh, and I don't count the Benchwarmers because he wasn't the only one in that movie. That was an ensemble cast. So I don't consider it a Rob Schneider movie. But Benchwarmers is funny. Stupid, but funny. Just like I wouldn't call The Grown-Ups a Rob Schneider movie because he's just one character out of a ton. I think it's called Big Stan. Yeah, it didn't make any money, but I thought Big Stan was funny. Tom Cruise is the last one. I don't consider Tom Cruise an action star, even though he goes to lengths that none of the 80s action stars ever would. I consider him an actor who does action-oriented films. But I don't think of him as an action star. Not like a Stallone or a Schwarzenegger. I just don't. Favorite Vita game? Probably Tales of Hearts R. Tales of Hearts R. That's a pretty good JRPG for that system. All right. Would you count The Rock as an action star? Well, yeah, because he's not showing up in movies for his acting chops. He's trying to do that now. He's trying to diversify because he's burned so many bridges that he's not getting big budget action scripts anymore. So he's trying to become a serious actor to continue his Hollywood machinations, but it hasn't exactly worked out for him, has it? Because he made that movie, The Face Smasher, or whatever it was called, that life of that UFC fighter or whatever. Nobody went to see that crap. It bombed. And now he's lost a ton of weight, Batista style, so he could play a scrawny character in a film. And that one's probably going to bomb too. And so he's going to have lost all that muscle mass trying to be a serious actor. Favorite PSP game? Mega Man Powered Up. Would you count The Rock? I just answered that. What are your thoughts on Tales of Arise? I'd give them to you, but I still haven't gotten to play it. It's still up in 8th room. I haven't gotten to play that one, and I haven't gotten to play that one that's a spin-off of a fighting game, that Blaze Blue, I can't remember the subtitle of it. I haven't gotten to play that one either, because they're both up in 8's game room. So, I have to wait until he's free of them and done with them before I can play those. But that's all right, because in the meantime, I'm playing the PS5 remaster of Oblivion, and I'm enjoying that just fine, thank you. But I have paused on that so I could record all the footage of the crappy games that you're going to get the videos for starting on the 14th. 7th, Vin Diesel. What about Vin Diesel? I think Vin Diesel, for the most part, I mean, I guess he's an action star, but I don't necessarily think of him so much in that way. But I guess, yeah, he would be an action star, even though, the vast majority of it has all been, the Fast and the Furious movies. I mean, he did do three of the, Riddick movies. He did those. And he did two Triple X movies. So, yeah, I guess he's an action star. The Zootopia 2 director made The Rock play a rodent stuck in a tuba on screen for 5 seconds and credited him as such. Well, I guess they didn't feel the need to give The Rock any more credit on an animated film than necessary since he had already done Moana 2 and the live action Moana. Seventh, do you like Rocky Horror Picture Show or were you never into the craze? I saw it live at the theater, but I wasn't one of these people that went to see it every weekend and dressed up and all that. I went to the theater with a friend and just sat and watched everybody else having a good time with it. And I'm like, okay, I get why they do it, but it doesn't interest me to do it. And that was it. I don't own a copy of it or anything. There was recently a Rocky Horror video game that was made that I think it's a beat 'em up or something. I'd have to go back and watch the trailer for it, but it's got a retro look to it. It was either a beat 'em up or it was like a point and click adventure type of thing, like a Maniac Mansion type of game. I can't recall, but it's out there. I saw a trailer for it. Favorite season of Stranger Things. I'm not big enough of a fan of Stranger Things to have a favorite season. I'm interested in it, but at this point, I've been watching it so long that all the seasons have kind of blended together into one big mass for me. What do you think of the Fast and the Furious franchise? I think it's something that has like devolved into something completely different than what it started out as. The fact that it's to the point where they're like these superhuman spies that use their cars. It's almost like you know what Fast and the Furious is now? Live action movies of Mask. Mobile Armored Strike Command from the 80s. It's a live action movie of Mask now. Super powered agents using their vehicles to fight for justice. That's what it is now. And they've just made it into a big cartoony joke. But then again, I wasn't a tremendous fan of the first one when it was a semi-serious film. It just doesn't do anything for me. I just think they get progressively dumber with each entry. I actually saw one of them in the theater because my wife at the time wanted to watch it. And there was nothing else playing, but she wanted to go see a movie, so she picked that one out, and we went and saw it. I want to say it was the one where there was a huge section of it that took place on a frozen lake towards the end of the movie, and there was a scene where they were like driving a Lamborghini or something through the windows of two skyscrapers that were standing parallel to each other, so they were like crash through the window, crash through the window. I think that was the one that I saw with my ex not too long before we got split up or something. And it was the only Fast and the Furious that I ever saw in the theater. Seventh, did you think the Ashy Slashy plushie from Ash vs. Evil Dead Season 2 was funny? Well, yeah, he was funny, but, sometimes... I mean, I know there's always been stupid stuff in the Evil Dead films, but I think there were a few instances during the show where they went a little bit too far into the dumb, you know? But that's just me. That's just me. There's rumors that Ash is going to show up in Evil Dead Burn, the new Evil Dead movie. There's a lot of rumors that he's going to have some kind of a cameo part in it or something. We'll see. We'll see. I liked Evil Dead Rise. I liked that one. That one was pretty fun. I've got it on 4K back there. Yep. Yep. We've done a pretty decent job of maintaining our audience size tonight, which, we haven't had a huge audience in a long time, but, having it up in the 20s, that's cool. That's cool for me because that makes it to where I can answer everyone's questions instead of it having this constant super fast stream that I'm having to try to roll up. I watch Jay trying to keep up with the chat when Jay's got like 170 people in there and the chat's just zip, 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 zip. I don't know. I don't know if I could do it. I'd start getting upset that I wasn't able to answer every question or reply to every comment, Do you like Jason Statham movies? I like some Jason Statham movies. Nowadays he just keeps getting more and more generic job guys that become, action heroes. Like he did the mechanic, then he did the beekeeper, and now he's just like the worker or something. Next it'll be the day laborer. He just keeps moving into more generic jobs where he becomes the action hero. It's hilarious to me every time one of them comes out. Next he'll be in Japan and it'll be called Salaryman. Yeah, I get you like the series, but it was totally inconsistent. Yeah. The one with the car jumping through buildings was the 7th one. Very fitting. Ah, okay. Yeah, that sounds about right. According to Vin Diesel, the next and final Fast and Furious film will be more grounded like the first one and feature the return of Paul Walker's character. By the way, Fast and the Furious is a Point Break ripoff. You're not wrong. And here's the funny part. I didn't like Point Break. I did not like that movie, and I did not like the remake. Never cared for it. Didn't like it. Because at its core, it was kind of a heist movie, and I'm not a big fan of heist movies. One of the few heist movies that I actually like, oddly enough, was Solo, a Han Solo story, I like that movie, and that's essentially a heist movie. But I liked it. But for the most part, I don't like heist movies. You ever get into MMOs? If so, which one did you play? The only time I ever got really invested in an MMO was Phantasy Star Online for the Dreamcast. The only one. Tried to get into Elder Scrolls Online, couldn't do it. Got bored out of my ass. Yeah, I don't know how they're going to make Fast and Furious grounded again after the ridiculous crap that they've pulled in the most recent ones. And how are they going to bring back Paul Walker? Are they just going to recast his character? How much time is left for the 7thCast? 43 minutes. At current levels, unless another $50 gets donated, the show will be ending at 11:30 Central Time, which is in 42 minutes. What is the best Elder Scrolls? Well, honestly, my favorite is Skyrim. I loved Skyrim. I loved the setting of it. I loved the music. I loved going and finding the dragons and learning the dragon voices and all that stuff. I loved that game. Glitches and all. Make his brother play him again? Probably. Going to become kind of like Tom Hanks and his brother. If you're not into heist movies, does that mean you don't like Ocean 11? Yes, I don't like Ocean 11. I also don't like the Italian Job, the original or the remake. And I don't like the magician ones either. The Now You See Me 1, 2, and 3 or whatever those movies are called. I don't like any of those either. Did you get into the Fallout games? I played the original two on PC back in the day, but I wouldn't say that I got really into it until three. For some reason, I just really got into three. Four, I had issues with. I had some serious issues with four, but three I really liked. I platted three. Didn't bother to plat four. I got close. I got pretty close, but ultimately I didn't finish it. And you already know how I feel about 76. Played that game for hours with Stranded J. And man, I just couldn't get behind that game at all. Nope. 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 New Vegas was okay, but I never actually finished New Vegas. Because at the time, I was trying to play it on PS3, and it was just too broken, man. Too broken. 7th, did you ever see the movie Nightmare Alley? Yes. I saw it. It's a Guillermo del Toro. I never can say his first name right. It's a Del Toro movie. When I saw how the progression system worked in Fallout 4, I was turned off from buying that game. For me, it was just the whole town building crap. I didn't care about the whole town building thing. That annoyed me. I just don't like the fact that they keep bringing characters that were killed off from the previous films into the newer installments. They've done it with at least 3 characters already. I liked the Fallout TV show. I did. I enjoyed it. I'm looking forward to season 2. You know, I think Fallout is loose enough with its continuity and everything that you don't have to have it 100% game accurate to still be good. You know, there's a little bit of creative license you can move around with Fallout. As long as you get like the main things right. It's not like what they did with Halo. Oh. Well, I'm sorry, AKL Max. I'm sorry you feel that way. I hated the settlement stuff. I hated building the town and having to, save up to buy the little pieces to do this. I hated that. For me, it just slowed the whole thing down. Best and worst Steve Martin films? My favorite Steve Martin film is The Man with Two Brains. My least favorite Steve Martin film is all of the Pink Panthers that he did. Hate them. And now what I've heard is they're rebooting the Pink Panther again. And the rumor that I've heard is that they're doing an American Pink Panther with Eddie Murphy. So instead of it being Inspector Jacques Clouseau of the Cellier, it's basically going to be Axel Foley. With a lot of pratfalls and physical comedy. We'll see. We'll see. Ooh. Boy, howdy. Yes, indeedy. Yes, indeedy. Yes, indeedy. I haven't watched any really good new stuff because, new movies cost money, and I've been trying to avoid spending money. So I haven't been watching a whole lot in the way of, new stuff. But, I'll get around to it eventually. Watching some new stuff. But really, right now, there's not a whole lot in the way of what I would say is good stuff. Like, I really don't give a crap about Zootopia. I don't really give a crap about Five Nights at Freddy's. There's nothing out there for me to be excited about going to see, which was kind of depressing for me because, I've always enjoyed going out with my son with 8th to see a movie for my birthday. And there was a time where I really enjoyed, opening presents on Christmas morning, and then after having, Christmas breakfast, uh, me and my cousins, we would go out to Hamilton Place Mall and see a movie on Christmas Day. As an example, I saw Batman Mask of the Phantasm with my cousin Sean uh, at Hamilton Place Mall on Christmas Day, 1992, I think. I used to love to do that. But now, usually, there's not anything on the theater that I want to see on Christmas Day. It was like, what, 20 years ago that, there was always some big, can't miss it movie coming out November going into December, whether it was like a new Harry Potter movie or a new Lord of the Rings movie. There was always some big thing in November going into December. There ain't nothing right now. I mean, they've got a horror comedy in Five Nights at Freddy's. At least I consider it a horror comedy on the theater in December. Total counter programming, but it ends up making 60 million because there ain't nothing else out there. No one asked for a Zootopia 2. No one cared about a Zootopia 2. What do you think of the Bad Boys movies? Don't like them. No, not a single one of them have I liked. Is Silence of the Lambs the only good movie of the series with Anthony Hopkins? He made 3. He made Silence of the Lambs, he made Hannibal, and he made a remake of Red Dragon, because Red Dragon originally came out as Manhunter. So it's been made at least twice. I think there might have been like a TV movie version of it too, or something, or a foreign film that adapted it or something. I can't remember. I have a vague memory of the possibility of that. But out of the 3 that he made, the only one that I didn't really care for was Hannibal. I actually liked Red Dragon with Ed Norton, but I didn't care for Hannibal all that much. I think it's a very, very slow, dull movie compared to the other 2. The only one out of all 3 of them that I own physically is Silence of the Lambs. Are you a fan of the Oddworld games? Not at all. Is the wild hog problem really that bad in Texas? I've never seen one. Never seen a wild hog, never seen a coyote, never seen a tarantula. Well, that's not exactly true. I've seen 2 tarantulas, but one of them was an obvious exotic pet and not a native tarantula, because the thing was about the size of a teacup chihuahua, and it was just walking down the side of the curb of the road, and it was obvious that this was some exotic pet somebody had bought, and they just let it out of its cage, and it was just roaming down the side of the road. Eighth saw it too. The other tarantula I saw was the actual native Texas tarantulas, which are about like yay big, and somebody had run over it with their car, and so the corpse of it was laying out in the parking lot of my job. So, yeah, I've heard coyotes when we first moved to Cedar Park outside of Austin, and before they had greatly expanded the neighborhood. When we first moved into that neighborhood, we had nothing but woods behind us. And so we would hear coyotes out there all the time. But once they tore all that woods down and put a neighborhood expansion in there, you never heard from the coyotes again. And we've only ever seen one snake since we moved to Texas, and it wasn't a rattler or anything. It was like a rat snake. It was a black snake, non-poisonous. And all it did was it had curled up between the screen door and the front door trying to get warm, because it was during the colder months. And so Eighth opens the front door, and there's a snake sitting there in the gap between the front door and the screen door, and he just kind of shooed it away, and it went slithering off. No, I was not excited to see the Minecraft movie. And to this day, I've only seen maybe 15 minutes of it that Eighth made me watch, and I was like, nope. Well, Seventh, at least you and Eighth got a kick out of seeing Tron Ares, true. But I'm not buying that one digitally. That one I'm going to get on Blu-ray. I'm going with 4K to match the other 2. We've got Tron on 4K. We've got Tron Legacy on 4K. We'll have Tron Ares on 4K. Seventh, thoughts on wrestler Albert. Do you mean Prince Albert? FNAF 2 is definitely horror comedy. I had fun with it. Just turn your brain off. I'm not paying to see that in a theater, though. Is Hitman a modern day Manhunter game? It's not a modern day Manhunter video game, but I wouldn't say that it's a modern day Manhunter movie game either, because you're playing a hitman. You're not playing an investigator hunting a serial killer. So in neither case, either the original Manhunter video game or Manhunter movie, would I say Hitman is a modern day interpretation of either one of those things? No. What do you think of the Manhunt games? I didn't like them very much. I thought they sucked. I thought they were, all sizzle, no steak. Yeah, were they shocking for the time? Sure. Were they fun to play? Hell no. Do you have a favorite pinball machine? I have a soft spot for the Addams Family machine. I really like the Addams Family one from the 90s, which I also happen to have on this digital pinball machine over here. Did you play Concrete Jungle on the PS2? Oh, Predator Concrete Jungle. No. I did play Predator 2 on the Genesis, which was actually pretty good. It kind of sort of plays similar to the True Lies game that was on Genesis and Super Nintendo. It's kind of sort of like that. It's pretty good. Most movie tie-in games are kind of crap, but Predator 2 on Genesis was pretty good, and True Lies on Genesis and Super Nintendo were pretty decent too. Although the Super Nintendo version was better in my opinion, just because of the graphics and the music. Seventh, was that Chip and Dale movie connected to Roger Rabbit? The movie's premise confuses me. I wouldn't say that it was directly connected to Roger Rabbit. Not that I recall. It's been a long time since I've watched it now. It's in the same vein as Roger Rabbit, but I don't know that they did anything to confirm that both took place in the same world. I'd have to go back and rewatch them. Did you play Catherine on PS3? Yes, I did. A girl that I was dating at the time was really big into it, so I played it a little bit. This was after me and my ex split up. Wasn't there a Predator movie that came out a while ago? Yeah, but it's already off the theater here. It's not playing on any theater around me, so I couldn't go see that. It's all right though, because my birthday is almost over now. My birthday is over already. I mean, it was earlier in the week. This was just the day that we chose to celebrate it, because this was when Brian was going to be available, and now that day is almost over. It'll be over in an hour. Which, by the way, there's 30 minutes left to the show. $50 short of extending it another hour. By the way, that Peter Pan character in that movie is supposed to be making fun of an old Peter Pan actor. What was up with that? That was weird. Yeah, that was pretty sad actually, because it was the actor that played Peter Pan's voice in the Disney animated movie, because that actor actually got started out doing live action roles in movies, and he did several live action roles for Disney, including I think he played the kid in their original live action Treasure Island, and he was a kid in a movie that I think was called So Dear to My Heart or something. It was about a little black sheep that this kid has as a pet or whatever. But he was in several Disney movies, and then when he became a teenager, he voiced Peter Pan, and he was the live action model that Peter Pan in that Disney cartoon was modeled after. So when you're seeing Peter Pan's face in that cartoon, you're actually seeing the voice actor's face. Uh, and so yeah, it was kind of it was kind of weird to have them mocking him because that's what happened to him in real life. Was he became like an alcoholic and a drug addict, and his career fell apart and all this stuff. And they ended up just finding him dead out in a field somewhere, if I remember right. He had had a drug overdose or something, and they just found him lying dead out in a field somewhere. What'd you think of Hook? Hook is cheesy, but I love Hook. It feels like a Disney movie, even though it isn't. I love Hook. Even though some of the child actors were kind of, it's still a lot of fun. What Hook feels like is a sequel to the stage play that was filmed instead of performed on Broadway. That's what Hook feels like. It feels like a play that they just turned into a movie, which is more or less what Peter Pan was, because started out as a book, became a hit play, then eventually years later became a movie. And then became a play again after the movie. Have you played a game called Skull Monkeys on the PS1? Sounds familiar, but I can't say for sure if I played it. I have a memory of a game called Skull Monkeys, but I couldn't tell you what it was about or what it was like. So I can't really say whether I played it or not. If I did play it, I didn't play it that much. Maybe played a demo of it or something. Kink in the neck. Kink in the neck. Wah. Wah, 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 wah. Wah, 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 wah. No. 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 Interesting. Okay. Seventh, did you know that same Peter Pan kid was also in Song of the South and Melody Time? I knew about Song of the South. I didn't know about Melody Time, though. Skull Monkeys is kind of like the SNES Earthworm Jim games. Okay. All right. No harm, no foul there. That's fine. What's your favorite Robin Williams movie? Oh, Lord. Probably Dead Poet Society. Comedy wise, no question, Death to Smoochie. I know people are going, oh, Death to Smoochie? What? You mean it's not Mrs. Doubtfire? No. Death to Smoochie is my favorite Robin Williams comedy. Without question. I love Death to Smoochie. Rainbow Randolph, baby. Movie's hilarious. I might have to rewatch that tonight. I haven't watched Death to Smoochie in a while. I may have to rewatch that one tonight. The movie is so damn dark, but hilarious all the same. All the same. Seventh, what's your ideal ambiance for relaxing? A recliner. Cold winter indoors hearing snow fall down with some hot cocoa. I just need to be in a recliner. If I'm in a recliner, I'm chilled. Got my feet propped up, just relaxing. That's me. I don't care what's going on outside because I hardly ever go outside. I don't care if it's snow. I don't care if it's nice and sunny. I don't care if it's fall because, we don't really get that. I mean, it's December. Most of the leaves are still on my trees. They're falling, but they haven't all fallen out yet and here we are in December and it's still going on. I used to love fall back when I lived in Chattanooga, and you actually could feel the seasons change, and you'd have that smell of fall in the air, the smell of dead leaves everywhere. I miss that. You don't get it here in Texas. You didn't get it in Florida neither. You've never heard of Death to Smoochie? Holy shit. Yes, you need to go watch Death to Smoochie. It's got Edward Norton in it too. What's your favorite Jim Carrey drama? I haven't liked any of Jim Carrey's dramas. I don't have a favorite. I mean, if I was going to have one, the closest would be Man in the Moon. I guess you would call that a drama. But, I didn't like The Majestic, and I didn't like The Number 23 and all that garbage. I certainly didn't like Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind or whatever that. I hated that movie. Hated it. Movie was so boring. It just dragged. I couldn't stand it. And I can sit through some slow things, some slow moving films. Now I can do that. But that one was just boring. To me, Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind is just as boring as The English Patient. And y'all know how I feel about The English Patient. Does Cable Guy count as a Jim Carrey drama? No, that is a Jim Carrey dark comedy. But I wouldn't call it, even though they marketed it as a Jim Carrey movie, I wouldn't really say that it's a Jim Carrey movie because the main star of the movie is Ben Stiller, and it's more of a duo. It's like a duet than a Jim Carrey movie. It's a Jim Carrey and Ben Stiller movie, but it's a dark comedy. It's not a drama. What about The Truman Show? Once you've seen it, you've seen it. There's no reason to rewatch it. Have you seen Blood In, Blood Out? It's a Mexican gangster film. No, I don't believe I've seen that one. I think the closest thing to a Mexican gangster film that I've ever seen would probably be Once Upon a Time in Mexico. The third Desperado movie. Even though Desperado was a sequel to El Mariachi. So, it wasn't, it was the third, it was, there were three movies, but the second one was a remake of the first one. So, sort of. It was almost similar to the Evil Dead situation in that way, really. Loved Ben Stiller and Happy Gilmore in The Night at the Museum movies. Ben Stiller reprises that character from Happy Gilmore in a couple of Adam Sandler movies. He's shown back up. He showed up in Happy Gilmore 2, and he showed up in Hubie Halloween, playing the same character. Which, I mean, you might as well. I mean, Ben Stiller hasn't really had anything else going on, so he might as well play bit parts for Adam Sandler and get an easy paycheck out of it. Is what it is. We got about 15 minutes left, folks. 15 minutes left. $50 short. $50 short. Oh, that ibuprofen's finally kicking in. Sweet. Sweet, sweet, sweet. what I could go for? A big tall glass of chocolate milk. I'm not supposed to drink chocolate milk, but I could really go for a glass of chocolate milk right now. Or at least, like a chocolate sundae, something, chocolate and vanilla-y. Tropic Thunder was a good movie. I don't own it physically. I should, but I don't. That's another one. That's another one of those movies that a lot of people appreciate it now, but uh, I don't think it gets as much credit as it deserves as far as like what it actually pulled off. I mean, nowadays they try to crap on it for being politically incorrect, but that's just them totally taking the movie on at surface level there and not understanding what it was really doing. Thoughts on the Land of the Lost series? I didn't watch it when I was a kid. I saw reruns of it in the 80s. I can't remember if they were on Nickelodeon or what they were on, but I saw reruns of it in the 80s and thought it looked cheap and that it was stupid, so I didn't watch it. And so then, of course, I saw the Will Ferrell movie, which was even stupider, but at least it had a budget. So I haven't liked any iteration of it. The chocolate milk thing was your fault? How so? Magic powers. I wonder if 8th went up there and went to sleep. He's been very quiet since he got home. He's been up there since what, about 6:30, 7 o'clock? Yeah, he's been up there a while. Almost 5 hours, uninterrupted. The Will Ferrell movie was terrible. Yeah, the only funny part of the Will Ferrell movie is when he got swallowed and shit out by the T-Rex. That was the only funny thing about that movie. The movie was god awful, terrible, terrible. No, I wasn't thinking about hot cocoa when I said chocolate milk. Because I don't drink hot cocoa. So no, that wasn't you. The crab scene. I just really, really didn't like that movie. I aggressively did not like that movie. It just was not a good to me. At all. No, sir. Let's see. What are some 4Ks or Blu-rays that I bought recently? Not like this month, but over the fall season. What have I bought? Let's see. This will clue you in on some of my movie tastes. Let's see. Of course, I told you about Nightmares, that 1983 anthology horror. And I told you that, 8th will be getting me the Ninja Trilogy for Christmas. And I'm not telling you ones that I bought 8th for his Christmas. I recently purchased Cuffs, the Christian Slater movie where he's a police officer. I bought an old 80s movie called My Demon Lover. And the big deal about My Demon Lover is it starred the guy who played Mallory's boyfriend in Family Ties alongside Michael J. Fox. An actor named Scott something or other, can't remember his full name. And so everyone thought that movie was going to be huge because he had such a large fan following on Family Ties. But it ended up being a flop. But it's an 80s film, so I own it now. I picked up the director's cut of Amadeus. I picked up Punisher Warzone. I picked up the 4K of Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, because that's my favorite Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I picked up the 4K of The Lost Boys, Terminator 2. Um, I picked up a Blu-ray of the movie The Hidden, which is an 80s sci-fi movie that stars Kyle MacLachlan, and he's playing an alien that's hunting an alien serial killer on Earth. I picked up the 4K of Galaxy Quest. I picked up the Blu-ray of Reign of Fire, that movie with Christian Bale and Matthew McConaughey. I picked up the Blu-ray of the live-action Flintstones. No, I don't care what you think. I wanted it. I picked up the 4K of Backdraft, best fireman movie ever made. I picked up the 4K of the 1984 version of Dune. I picked up the Dolph Lundgren Punisher on DVD because I couldn't find it on Blu-ray anywhere. I got all three of the Austin Powers movies in a Blu-ray triple pack. Speaking of Christian Slater, earlier this year I got Pump Up the Volume on Blu-ray. I got one of my favorite Omen ripoffs on Blu-ray called Fear No Evil from 1981. I got the 80s movie Daryl, data analyzing robot youth life form. I got it on 4K. I got Dreamscape, that old Dennis Quaid sci-fi movie, on Blu-ray. I got Exorcist 3 Collector's Edition on 4K. I got the Michael Douglas movie The Game on Blu-ray. I couldn't find it on 4K. I got Dark City on 4K. I got The Frighteners on Blu-ray. I got Inner Space on Blu-ray. I got Dead Silence on 4K. And now I'm starting to stretch way, way back into the year, like early part of the year. Yeah. Picked up a bunch of movies. Oh, I love The Lost Boys. What do you think of Peter Jackson's King Kong? I have it on 4K. The scene where they got attacked by large worms scared me for some reason. I don't know. I like it. You know, it's good. You should make a Letterboxd account. Would be cool to see your reviews after watching a movie. That's not the first time that's been suggested to me. That didn't stop lovers of... Yeah, don't bring up Vor in here, Ultra Steel. It's... Don't bring Vor up in here. Do you have Red Scorpion? Oh, the Dolph Lundgren movie? No, I don't have Red Scorpion, but I do have I Come in Peace on Blu-ray. And it was just recently re-released on 4K, but I don't think going up to 4K is going to change the visual quality of that movie enough to warrant me double dipping. So I think I'm just going to keep that one as a Blu-ray and not upgrade. After all, it is a B movie. I mean, it's a great B movie. I Come in Peace is fantastic, but, you know, it's not fantastic enough for me to go out and rebuy it because Arrow put it out on 4K. Not every Arrow movie deserves me double dipping for it. Just not going to do it. Did you watch The Scorpion King? I watched the first one. I didn't watch any of the direct-to-video sequels. Got 7 minutes left, folks. 7 minutes left. Oh my. 7 minutes left. $50 short of expanding by another hour. You know what? I completely forgot. I forgot to do the time extended today. I forgot to do that. I'm sorry. What'd you think of the Mummy movies? I liked the first one. I liked the second one. Hated the third one. Third one was crap. The third one was a garbage. Didn't like it at all. What can I say? Just didn't care for it. You're 51. I just turned 34. Well, good for you. No, Mummy 3 was not the Tom Cruise one. Technically, Tom Cruise's was the fourth Mummy, even though it's not. It's a more of it's a reboot. It's not tied to the original three, which of course the original three are not original because they're a sort of remake of the old Boris Karloff movie from like the 40s or whenever it was made. But when it comes to Brendan Fraser, Mummy, there's three movies: Mummy, Mummy Returns, and Mummy 3: Tomb of the Dragon Emperor. And I did not like that one. And it wasn't really a mummy, and it was a dead guy that came back to life, but it wasn't really a mummy. Yeah, the CG of the Rock was terrible because they started running long, and rather than delay the movie, they just put it out as it was. They didn't have enough time to get the CGI right because they had to make that deadline for when they wanted the movie to come out, and when things get rushed, you get what you get. We got 4 minutes left, folks. 4 minutes left. Get your questions in. That's another thing we have. We have the Mummy trilogy on 4K. Hopefully someone will use AI to upgrade the effects to make it look more like the Rock. Sure. Had no idea the third movie existed. What the hell? Well, for one thing, what's her name didn't come back to play his wife, so he has a different woman playing his wife, and all of a sudden his son is now a grown man. They made a big, huge time gap in it, so that it almost felt like watching Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. But it was it wasn't Rachel Weisz playing his wife. It was some other actress, and they had no chemistry whatsoever. And his son was now an adult that didn't really get along with his father too well, and it just didn't work. It wasn't good. I don't think mummies are a myth in China. Well, mummies aren't a myth in Egypt either. Mummies actually exist. Mummies coming back to life is a myth, but even then, I don't think that's a myth that the Egyptians had. That was just something that Hollywood came up with. I don't think there's any myths in Egypt about mummies coming back to life. They come back to life in the afterlife. They don't come back to life as, they don't do that. The second was 10 years later. Yeah, that was quite a gap. Did you like the third movie had Jet Li as a bad guy? Yeah, and it sucked. Did you like Constantine movie with Keanu Reeves? Yes, very much. In fact, 8th wants that one on 4K at some point. 7th, which savage dialogue of 80s kids is more realistic, Stranger Things or The Goonies? They're about the same, really. They're about the same. It's just Stranger Things kind of lays it on thick, tries too hard to be 80s, whereas The Goonies is more just actual 80s kids, so it's more realistic, it's more natural. In both the way they act, the way they talk, and the way they dress. Jet Li was also the bad guy in Lethal Weapon 4. Yes, he was. What do you think of the Lethal Weapon movies? I liked 1, 2, and 3. Didn't like 4 at all. Just was not a fan of 4. I thought adding Chris Rock to it was a bridge too far. Didn't need it. We already had one comic relief, Joe Pesci. We didn't need 2. It was just a little too much. Let's throw another name on the poster to get more people to show up for it. That's what the mentality was. And let's make it Chris Rock so we'll get more of the African American demographic to show up for it. But not anything against Chris Rock. I love Chris Rock. I think he's one of the best comedians out there. But he just didn't really add anything to that movie that Joe Pesci wasn't already adding. No, they didn't have not in the way that not in the way that they had mummification in Egypt anyway. Yes, you could find mummified bodies in China, but it wasn't because of the rituals and the processes that the Egyptians used. What do you think of Showdown in Little Tokyo? That was a good movie. That's one of Dolph Lundgren's better films. Yes, Chris Rock is better than Will Smith. I don't believe he's better than Dave Chappelle, but he's definitely better than Will Smith because Will Smith's not a stand-up comedian. Anyway, it's 11:30. We did not hit the $50 goal to extend by another hour. But thank you to everyone who donated. Thank you for everyone who signed up for a membership. We appreciate you. I'm going to go enjoy the last 30 minutes of my designated birthday celebration day. Probably watch some Red Dwarf reruns or something until I fall asleep. I'm going to be hard at work filming more footage for the 12 Shits of Christmas. In the meantime, be thinking about what y'all want to talk about next week, and I will see you all then.